Chapter 25:45. When the discussion died down, Heng Feng coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators, according to our previous discussion, we have sent out more than half of the disciples from the 300 sects in Sky Patrol City. As for the remaining disciples, we will wait for more than 10 days for more accurate information. Then we will lead them directly into the Huan Kingdom. The days when we sit in the conference hall are about to end. Alas, I really want to see where that arrogant Qin Jian is. Our nascent soul stage masters are about to arrive, but this guy has not been killed yet. How shameful!" "Humph, fellow cultivator Heng Ming." Wang Yi sneered. According to the latest news, Qin Jian's cultivation is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword stage. His attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Do you think you can take it safely? Heng Feng knew that Wang Yi from the 7 Skills sect was unhappy about his renting the flowing cloud airship, so he objected. However, he did not care and said with a smile, "Even if Qin Jian's attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it is only a casual attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. I am not talented, so how can I not dodge it? Besides, I am not as stupid as some people who do not use their strengths and give their weaknesses to others. I have magic weapons, spells, and talismans that can attack Qin Jian. Why should I fight him head-on?" Alas, the disciples of the 7 Skills sect have foresight. We will not do something like throwing an egg against a rock. Wang Yi stretched his back and said, "Unlike some people who clamored to kill Qin Jian the moment they stepped out. It has been so many years, but they did not even touch a hair of Qin Jian's. I don't know if they are really capable." Speaking of this, Wang Yi suddenly realized something. He patted his forehead and said, "Oh right, I forgot. How can the so-called number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage compete with an illusory swordsman? Everything is just a gimmick." Wang Yi. Heng Zhao was enraged. Our Utopia faction finally has some people with backbone who dared to kill Qin Jian. And, after all, we did it. How can we compare to your 7 Skills sect? Your flying boat fell into the hands of a sword cultivator and was taken back by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You still have the audacity to demand it back. Haha, so it wasn't a disciple of the Utopia faction who stole the flying boat. Wang Yi laughed instead of getting angry. "Fellow Taoists," the Taiqing sect's De Sun said with dissatisfaction, "the conference hall is a place where the cultivators of the 3 states discuss matters. It is not a place where the various sects quarrel. Today is fellow Taoist Heng Ming's turn, so how can there be no rules?" Heng Ji's expression froze as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist De Sun. I have some surging qi and blood today, and I feel that something is wrong. I have indeed lost my composure." "Is it about the dispatch of the disciples of the various sects?" De Sun asked hastily. He didn't dare to be careless when he heard Heng Teng's words. Heng Teng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked around and asked, "I don't know, so I wanted to ask for your opinion just now." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, you worry too much. We have already made ample preparations before. We launched a surprise attack on the spirit stone veins occupied by the sword cultivators, as well as some of their strongholds. Now, the battle reports from various places have already come in, and the distribution of the sword cultivators' forces has gradually become clear. Just now, fellow Taoist Heng Ming sent out the troops with great discretion, completely in line with our previous discussion. The half of the disciples that were sent out just now were the vanguard, and we will bring the other half of the disciples as the backup, to make up for the loopholes of the first batch of disciples. Isn't this the same as killing the sword cultivators without leaving a single one alive? Fellow Taoist Lu, you are too optimistic." De Sun shook his head and said, "According to the previous news, the sword cultivators have also perceived our scheme, and it seems that they are once again dispatching swordsmen from the Huan Kingdom. Aren't there already many level 6 swordsmen in the strongholds of the sword cultivators? According to the report, they are all decisive and ruthless people. According to this old man's conjecture, they should have been dispatched from the place where the sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Say, these sword cultivators also deserve to die. Over there they are fighting with soul cultivators, and over here they are fighting with us cultivators. They are really too idle. Fellow Taoist Yuan is wrong. If they don't fight with us cultivators, how can they train swordsmen? How can they seize the spirit stone veins? AI, fellow Taoist Su still didn't get to the point. Ko Xiangling of the Yeni sect chuckled and said, "This war is different from the past. The sword cultivators are not only training swordsmen, but more importantly, seizing the spirit stone veins. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has changed, the spirit stone veins of our Dawn Rain continent are rare, and their Huan Kingdom spirit stone veins aren't enough, so they can only come to the Shi Kingdom and the Lien Kingdom to seize the spirit stone veins. Hee, it's good that we saw the opportunity early. Just at the beginning of the war, we sent disciples to strengthen the defense of the spirit stone veins. Except for some small veins that were seized by the sword cultivators, the other spirit stone veins are safe and sound." Desun said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ko is right. Heng Lu nodded. From the information we received, the sword cultivators placed many disciples in the spirit stone veins, far more than their strongholds. If their goal isn't the spirit stone veins, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Yes, the battle report from the Feng Meng mountain range of the Lien Kingdom has also been sent. The number of swordsmen there is much less than at the beginning of the war. They must have been transferred to the Shi Kingdom. The Feng Meng mountain range of the Lien Kingdom doesn't have any spirit stone veins. The Huan Kingdom swordsmen placed their swordsmen there to create a diversion so that we wouldn't know that they wanted to seize the spirit stone veins. Huang Feng of the Exotic Beast sect interrupted. So the Lien Kingdom's disciples stationed in the Feng Meng mountain range didn't suffer a great loss. Li Jijie of the Changbai sect suddenly said, "For this war, shouldn't we transfer more disciples from the Lien Kingdom?" When Heng Lu heard this, he was a little unhappy and said coldly, "The disciples of the Lien Kingdom are very familiar with the Feng Meng mountain range. If it were the disciples of the Shi Kingdom or the Meng Kingdom, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Besides, the disciples of the Utopia faction, the Kunlun sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley are all fighting against the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom, right? They aren't any worse than your Changbai sect's disciples." Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, Desun reminded again, "In the meeting hall, we have to discuss the matter as it is, don't mention specific sects. Now that half of the disciples in the Sky Patrol City have been transferred to attack the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom, shouldn't we report the latest battle report and the situation to our respective sects?" Yes, Heng Lu was a little embarrassed and nodded. "That's the right thing to do." Then, Heng Lu transmitted his voice to Xiong Huasong. "Fellow Taoist Xiong, how's the big formation you set up in the sword catacomb?" "Haha, I'll let you know." Xiong Huasong glanced at the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and transmitted his voice back. "Fellow Taoist, do you know about the Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation?" "This?" Heng Lu gasped and said, "That's the legendary ominous formation of my Taoist sect. Could it be that the Black Heaven sect still has this formation?" "How is that possible?" Xiong Huasong laughed. "If the Black Heaven sect had this formation, wouldn't it have dominated the Meng Kingdom long ago?" "Haha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. After our last meeting, I sent my trusted disciples to transfer the last batch of disciples to the vicinity of the sword catacomb with the order of the meeting hall. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that this transfer will be done secretly. Not only the Sky Patrol City won't be able to find out, even the sword cultivators won't be able to find out. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Xiong." Heng Lu nodded and said, "Moreover, I secretly contacted the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Fairy Fian, at the station of the Black Heaven sect and obtained her approval. She even repaired the incomplete map of the Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation, which is also known as the Minor Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation, and she gave it to me. Haha, I've already started it and handed it over to my disciples to coordinate with the disciples of the 10 sects to set it up. Once the matter here is settled, all of you will head to the sword catacomb for the war. Regardless of the result of the war, let's set up this Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation first." "Great!" Hung Lu nodded with a smile and transmitted the situation to the golden core cultivators of the 10 sects. Hearing that there was a backup plan, everyone was slightly relieved. However, there was another piece of news that surprised everyone in the meeting hall. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, "I have a piece of news that I'm afraid will shock everyone." Hung Lu asked curiously, "Could it be that the sword cultivators have some new movements?" Yuan Zhongyu nodded with an extremely serious expression. "That's right. My Kunlun sect disciples went to the northern clear cave to investigate the strength of the sword cultivators. When some of the disciples were being chased by the sword cultivators, they discovered that the sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall near the Zhao family of the clear cave. The sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall, and inside the wall was a large city. The interior of the ice city was extremely simple, but the area covered by the ice city was very large. It was probably the gathering place of the sword cultivators nearby. Of course, they couldn't see clearly how many sword cultivators there were in the ice city in their panic. They estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them." That's what I said." Dasun of the Taiching sect snorted coldly. "Back then, when the sword cultivators invaded my Dao sect, the first thing they did was to destroy the Zhao family of the clear cave. I found it suspicious. So, that's what they were planning. The terrain of the clear cave is dangerous and easy to defend but hard to attack. It's suitable to be a stronghold for the sword cultivators. Yes, with fellow Yuan's news, we naturally understand why the sword cultivators had been hiding for so many years." Hung Lu nodded and said, "This so-called ice city must have more than 100,000 sword cultivators. We must send enough disciples to destroy this stronghold." "That's right." Yuan Zhongyu cupped his hands and said, "My Kunlun sect is willing to be the main force in this attack on the ice city." Good. Hung Lu clapped and looked at the others. "Which other sects are willing to go?" Immediately, a few other sects, including the Imperial Thunder sect, voiced their agreement. Hung Lu and the others discussed for a while and decided. When the matter of the sword cultivators suddenly appearing in the ice city was over, Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley hesitated and said in a low voice, "Fellow Heng Ming, the disciples that my Cool Breeze Valley sent to the Flowing Ice Valley have not sent any specific information." Chapter 2546. Hey, it's okay. There are disciples from the Utopia faction and the Changbai sect, as well as Ai's junior brother leading the team. There won't be any problems. Heng Ming smiled. Besides, the Flowing Ice Valley is not a special place. What kind of battle can there be? Needless to say, it was still the same as before. Cultivators with high cultivation were not necessarily good at arranging troops. If Tu Hong was here, he would not have said so. Well, even if he said so, many cultivators would not agree. After all, the Flowing Ice Valley used to be the spiritual stone mine of the Sky Patrol City. Who knew if Tu Hong had any selfish motives? Besides, Cultivator Qian Mo and Cultivator Peng Dai have not returned yet. Ji Hong of the Bright Leaf sect reminded. Ko Xiangling of the Yongyi sect also muttered, "There is no news about the disciples of the Yongyi sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Imperial Thunder sect, and the Huanhua sect who went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. The two spiritual stone mines of the Sky Patrol City are really far away from the Sky Patrol City." Heng Ming smiled bitterly. "These two spiritual stone mines are just very small. How many swordsmen can there be?" While they were talking, they saw a flash of brilliance in the middle of the meeting hall. "Oh, speak of fellow Taoist Qian, and fellow Taoist Qian will arrive." Heng Ming waved his hand and the brilliance gradually solidified. It was Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and Peng Dai of the Su Yen sect. "Both of you have worked hard." Seeing Qian Mo's unfriendly face and even a little frown, Heng Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although he said that, he muttered in his heart, "Could it be that my uneasiness has something to do with Li Qingshu? It's not hard. It's a pity that we still can't do anything." Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai. The two of them sat back on the futon and said, "We only found the place where Li Qingshu died. As for how Cultivator Li died and who killed him, we have no clue at all." Where did Cultivator Li die? Heng Ming frowned and asked hurriedly, is there no trace of him nearby? Fellow Taoist Li died in the northwest of Sky Patrol City. It's called Prison Dragon Ridge. There aren't any sword cultivator strongholds nearby, let alone spirit stone veins. Peng Dai looked at Qian Imo and replied, if I were to force myself to say it, there is a spirit stone mine of the Shanghua sect in the west, a 7 Extremes ridge in the north, which can be considered a spirit stone mine. In the northwest, there are more than 10 sword cultivator strongholds. However, those settlements and mines were too far away from the place where fellow cultivator Li perished. Even in that place, a swordsman of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm might appear. Fellow Taoist Peng, can you explain in more detail? Heng Li was baffled. All right, fellow Taoist Heng Ming knows. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Imo and said, I and fellow Taoist Qian brought the conference hall token, but we didn't find any records of fellow Taoist Li's teleportation in the Sky Patrol City's teleportation array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li must have left through the city gate. However, fellow Taoist Heng Ming should know that the Sky Patrol City's gate guards don't record any exits. We asked a lot of city guards and finally got some clues. However, after we flew out, we didn't find any signs left behind by fellow Taoist Li. Later, fellow Taoist Qian was careful and used the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. Through the protection talisman given by fellow Taoist Qian's sect, we found fellow Taoist Li's aura in Prison Dragon Ridge. As for the place where fellow Taoist Li perished, it was between several mountain peaks in Prison Dragon Ridge. The place was severely damaged by the battle. Moreover, because of fellow Taoist Li's self-explosion, all traces of magic arts disappeared. It was impossible to find. Peng Dai said simply, if there was the secret technique of the immortal music sect, we might be able to find some traces from fellow Taoist Li's aura. However, there are no disciples of the immortal music sect in the late stage of the Gold Core realm in the Sky Patrol City, let alone a nascent soul realm master. We can only explore this place. Is there nothing special about it? Da Sun couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, I'm afraid we can't explain it to Fairy Ma Yingxia. There is something special, but fellow Taoist Qian Imo can explain it to us. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Imo, who was silent. Everyone was surprised and looked at Qian Imo sighed and said, the place where fellow Taoist Li perished has traces of a magic array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li fell into an ambush and was killed. Purely from this point of view, it should be the work of sword cultivator Qin Jian. Qin Jian actually killed fellow Taoist Li? Heng Ming gasped. This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? I'm just saying it's possible. Qian Imo declined to comment. In addition to the traces of a magic array, the surrounding water element and fire element spiritual qi of heaven and earth are especially rich. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a magic treasure of innate primordial water or innate primordial fire. However, fellow Taoist Li had already self-exploded. As for his magic treasure, I don't know. Perhaps the innate primordial water and innate primordial fire belonged to his magic treasure. Of course, it could also be a flying sword refined by these 2 innate items. In that case, there should be 2 swordsmen of the illusory sword sect who killed fellow Taoist Li. Heng Ming was enlightened. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Li could easily escape from the sword array with the spiritual talismans given by our sect. It's not just that. Qian Imo continued. The place where fellow Taoist Li died seemed to have the aura of another spiritual talisman. It seemed to be made by a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fellow Taoist Li had spiritual talismans made by 2 nascent soul realm cultivators? This still couldn't escape from Qin Jian's killing. Heng Ming sighed. I wonder what fellow Taoist Li went to Prison Dragon Ridge for? Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, things don't seem to be that simple. Qian Imo didn't answer. Instead, he said, just now, I said that there were traces of a magic array in Prison Dragon Ridge and not a sword array. This means that the magic array was set up by fellow Taoist Li. Perhaps he wanted to kill Qin Jian. Not to mention Li Qingxiu, Even all the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall wanted to kill Qin Jian. If Li Qingxiu was confident, it was possible that he set up another ambush. Anything else? Heng Ming asked. Qian Mo nodded. There's something that I find most inconceivable. What? Everyone's interest was piqued. At the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge, I found traces of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Qian Mo said slowly. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Why did he go there? Heng Ming asked curiously. Then he realized something. Oh, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple went to Seven Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid he passed by there? After I returned to Sky Patrol City, I went to the station first. Although many disciples were sent out, I still found something strange. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai and said, my Earth Thunder Palace's Golden Core disciple, Marshal Kuan, also disappeared mysteriously. According to my contact with the sect, his natal spiritual tablet was broken. Moreover, the time he left the station was about the same time as fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu left Sky Patrol City. Are there any traces of Marshal Kuan's corpse or other traces in Prison Dragon Ridge? No. However, I can sense the strength of a Golden Core Realm disciple through my sect's secret method. Qian Mo shook his head. In addition, we found out too late. More than 10 days have passed. Otherwise, we would have known more. In that case, fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu and fellow Taoist Kuan must have joined forces and set up a Dharma formation in Prison Dragon Ridge to lure Qin Jian, or other swordsmen into an ambush. In the end, their magic power was not enough and they were killed by 2 or more swordsmen. Heng Ming frowned and thought for a while before asking tentatively. Yes, that should be the case. Qian Mo nodded. There were also traces of flying swords at the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge. Especially fellow Taoist Peng, who carefully found some traces of flying swords piercing into the mountain peak more than 1,000 feet away from where fellow Taoist Li died. The flying swords pierced deeply into the mountain peak. They must have been sent flying when the swordsmen were fighting with fellow Taoist Li. Or perhaps they were sent flying when fellow Taoist Li self-destructed. But no matter what, those are flying swords of the swordsmen. It could also be the flying swords of our cultivators. A Golden Core Realm cultivator muttered softly. This fellow Taoist is right, Qian Mo said without hesitation. It could also be an ambush set up by a Golden Core Realm cultivator who had some grudges with fellow Taoist Li. Li Jijie of the Changbai sect did not look good. Speaking of which, other than sword cultivators, the Changbai sect was famous for their flying swords. Although the disciples of other sects had their own flying swords, since it was mentioned in the meeting hall, it was naturally hinting at the Changbai sect. I don't think I have any grudges with fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu, Li Jijie said coldly. And I don't think any disciple of the Changbai sect is a match for fellow Taoist Li. Hee, fellow Taoist Li, you think too much. Qian Mo laughed. These are all guesses, you can't take them seriously. Besides, if there really was a cultivator who wanted to kill fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu, how many people in the Sentry City could be his match? Aren't those who could be his match all sitting in the meeting hall? Li Jijie snorted coldly and did not say anything else. But there's one more thing that I'm puzzled about. Qian Mo said again. I've never heard that Marshal Kuan knew fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu. Marshal Kuan just arrived in the Sentry City. There's nothing strange about this, Heng Li said in a low voice. How can a cultivator's good friend be known by others? Maybe Marshal Kuan already knew Li Qingxiu? Or maybe Marshal Kuan had news about Qin Jian and informed Li Qingxiu, who was good friends with him. At this point, everyone basically understood that only such a conjecture could be closest to reality. By the way, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, the Prison Dragon Ridge that you went to is not very far from the Seven Extremes Mountains. Your disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect went to the Seven Extremes Mountains to check it out. Didn't you go and take a look? Heng Li thought of something and asked in a low voice. Of course I know that my disciples went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. Qian Mo nodded. It should be Kenshing's leader. but I have to investigate fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's matter. How can I neglect my work for personal reasons? At this point, Qian Mo suddenly realized something. What? There's no news about the Seven Extremes Mountains? Fellow Taoist Qian, you didn't ask when you returned to the station? Hung Li was even more surprised. Chapter 2547. I really didn't ask anything. Qian Mo said seriously, I only checked the whereabouts of some gold core disciples, and then I used a secret technique to contact the sect. Well, thank you, fellow cultivator Qian. Heng Zhao nodded and said, there's no news from Seven Extremes Ridge, and there's no news from Flowing Ice Valley. Alas, fellow cultivator Heng Ming, our sect's communication technique is too backward. Qian Mo sighed. Even the communication between the Sky Patrol City and the sect is fixed. Our sect's disciples are fighting in Huan country, and we can't grasp their whereabouts in time. Heng Zhao smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. Secret techniques such as the communication spell have long been lost in our Xiaoyu continent. The ones that can be used now are left behind from the past. Every sect has racked their brains, but they still can't find these lost secret techniques. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive in this war. De Sun smiled and said, Flowing Ice Valley and Seven Extremes Ridge are small places. We sent disciples from the thunder-controlling sect, the Huanhua sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Yongyi sect, the Utopia faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if we can't defeat them, we can retreat calmly and act according to our previous plan. If we're all defeated, then there's no future plan. There should have been a message from the second batch of disciples. It should be so. Qian Mo nodded. After all, he came back from the prison Dragon Ridge, and he didn't see the defeated disciples of the thunder-controlling sect. At this time, the air in the conference hall flashed again, but this time it was different from Qian Mo's. Oh, there's news from the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? Heng Ming frowned slightly. Could it be the situation in Seven Extremes Ridge or Flowing Ice Valley? As he spoke, Heng Zhao let in a guard of the Sky Patrol City, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment. The guard showed himself and bowed. Master of the conference hall, the disciples of the Sky Patrol City killed more than 10 sword cultivators when they were patrolling outside the city. There's a communication jade slip from the disciples of our sect. I didn't dare to delay, so I brought it here. As he spoke, the disciple took out a few pieces of jade talisman and handed them to Heng Zhao respectfully. Heng Yu took it and opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and waved his hand to signal the city guard to leave. Ever since Tu Hong was assassinated, the Sky Patrol City had expanded the scope of inspection. The area outside the city that the city guard mentioned was no longer within 100 miles at the beginning of the battle. The jade slip might have been found hundreds or even thousands of miles away. Heng Ming wanted to ask where the jade slip was found, but after thinking for a while, he kept quiet. He threw the jade in his hand into the air and cast a few strange seals on it. A moment later, a red light appeared on the jade like a bubble. Once the light disappeared, Heng waved his hand and a jade appeared in his hand. After reading it with his divine sense, he threw it aside. It was clear that he already knew the information inside. When he saw the second jade slip, Heng Zhao's face was filled with surprise and joy. He immediately tossed the jade slip to Qian Mo and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Qian from the Imperial Thunder Sect should take a look at this first. Your Imperial Thunder Sect really gives us a surprise. Then he looked at the rest of the jade slips one by one, but he just skimmed through them and didn't show them to the other cultivators. After Heng Zhao put away the jade slips, he looked up and stared at Qian Mo again. Seeing the surprised look on Qian Mo's face, not only the other cultivators who didn't know the situation, but even Heng Zhao was puzzled. What? Fellow Taoist Qian, this John Doe, isn't he a disciple sent by the Imperial Thunder Sect this time? Heng Zhao asked. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, what's going on? Peng Dai asked curiously. Among the crowd, there were a few people who said impatiently, what's going on with the Imperial Thunder Sect? Don't give us any riddles. I'll let you all know that our Imperial Thunder Sect, Huanhua sect, Yongyi sect, and Mozong mountain disciples have won a great victory in the Seven Extremes Ridge. Not only did we expel the sword cultivator disciples from the Seven Extremes Ridge, but we also killed 2 second-grade illusory swordsmen. What's more, according to the Jade Slip, there's a late-stage Golden Core senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect called John Doe who assisted the Huanhua sect in killing a second-grade illusory swordswoman. He even killed a suspected 3rd-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect doesn't like killing, so he let the group of swordsmen go. What? When did the Imperial Thunder sect send a late-stage Golden Core senior brother? Dasun was surprised. Looking at the crowd's bright and doubtful eyes, Qian Mo smiled bitterly and waved his hand at everyone. According to what I know, before our sect leader Qian Lazy came to Sky Patrol City, our Imperial Thunder sect, like the other sects, wouldn't send any late-stage Golden Core disciples. This late-stage Golden Core senior brother named John Doe is definitely not a disciple who participated in this battle. But, according to the Jade Slip, this senior brother is wearing a participating disciple's robe. Hung Li asked, "Fellow Taoist Qian, can you show the Jade Slip to the other fellow Taoists?" Qian Mo hesitated for a moment, then passed the Jade Slip to Huaping from the blazing fire mountain beside him. He bit his lips slightly, thinking about something. His eyebrows were knitted together, showing his deep confusion. "Fellow Taoist Qian?" Hung Li raised his eyebrows. "Do you have something to say? Could it be that this senior brother John Doe is at least surprised from the Imperial Thunder sect?" "I really don't know." Qian Mo smiled bitterly. "A late-stage Golden Core senior brother is coming to Sky Patrol City. Even if he didn't greet me, I can't blame him. Moreover, he's wearing a participating disciple's robe. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to know his face, right? Hee, John Doe. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have a name?" Huaping finished reading the Jade Slip and passed it to the others. She glanced at Qian Mo and said, "This senior brother is really interesting. Your Imperial Thunder sect's cultivators are also interesting." "Oh, right." Black Sky Sect's Xiong Huasong thought of something and said, "Speaking of interesting Imperial Thunder sect's cultivators, I thought of an Imperial Thunder sect disciple who is known as the Horrifying Phoenix." Horrifying Phoenix? Qian Mo was stunned. When did my Imperial Thunder sect have such a disciple? Fellow Taoist Qian doesn't know? This time it was Xiong Huasong's turn to be shocked. "This Horrifying Phoenix was something I heard from a participating disciple a year ago. It said that this Horrifying Phoenix's name is extremely famous among sword cultivators. It's even more famous than Qinjian. It's almost to the point where sword cultivators tremble in fear upon hearing its name. This? How is this possible? Such a famous name. How can I not know?" Qian Mo was completely dumbfounded. Such a ferocious Imperial Thunder sect's disciple should be famous in the sect. How could he not know anything about it? "Haha, fellow Taoist Xiong, the name you mentioned is correct, but the rumors are wrong." Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue also laughed. "I also heard about it a year ago. However, this Horrifying Phoenix is a disciple of an aristocratic family who entered the Imperial Thunder sect. He has the true bloodline of the Phoenix in him. Every time he fights with sword cultivators, he releases his Phoenix celestial body. That Phoenix celestial body is extremely powerful. All the flying swords of sword cultivators are destroyed by the Phoenix celestial body. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder sect's disciple is extremely cruel. No matter if it's a sword cultivator, 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 or a sword cultivator. Therefore, he's feared by sword cultivators. This. Qian Mo's face was burning. He really didn't know that there was such a powerful Imperial Thunder sect disciple under his command. Now that someone said it in front of him, his old face couldn't bear it anymore. Could it be that fellow Taoist Qian really doesn't know? Huaping saw the clue and said curiously, "Such a powerful disciple, I don't think any other disciple in the sect can be a match for him. That's why you didn't mention it and I didn't have the face to mention it. Could it be, who said that no one in our sect can be compared to this horrifying phoenix? Heng Zhao was displeased. Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect is the strongest person below the Golden Core stage. His cultivation is much higher than this horrifying phoenix. However, he doesn't kill innocent people, so he's not famous. This horrifying phoenix is a Foundation establishment disciple? Qianemo came to his senses and asked anxiously. Yes, I heard that this horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Heng Zhao replied. No, he's obviously a disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Hu Ping corrected. If he's not in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage, how can he kill the Bright Sword swordsman? Oh no. Da Sun shook his head. You're all wrong. The horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It's just that he killed too many sword-bearing disciples, so his reputation gradually spread, making the Bright Sword disciples terrifying. It said that he even killed a few Bright Sword disciples in front of them, so he became famous. Oh, so he's a Foundation establishment disciple. He also killed sword-bearing swordsmen and Bright Sword swordsmen, so it's no wonder that I didn't know. Qian Mo heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I'm ashamed to say this, but I really didn't know. I'm afraid that the 8 leaders of the Thunder Palace didn't report it to me because they saw that this disciple was killing all the disciples who were pregnant with swords, which made them feel a little ashamed. Besides, more than a year ago, I was busy with the affairs of the Sky Patrol City, so I didn't know much about the battlefield. When I go back, I'll ask around and bring this mysterious horrifying phoenix to all of you. Damn it, fellow cultivator Qian, your Imperial Thunder sect is really something. Previously, there was a famous horrifying phoenix, and now there's a mysterious senior brother nameless. Your Imperial Thunder sect has stolen the limelight from hundreds of other sects. Cheng Ming of the Celestial Ascension sect said with a smile. Let the disciples call the horrifying phoenix here, or ask them who the horrifying phoenix is. Heng Zhao was a little unconvinced. Let me see who the Imperial Thunder sect disciple who killed the sword-bearing swordsman is. In fact, Qianemo was also very curious. He wanted to know who this horrifying phoenix was, so he opened the restriction and called the Imperial Thunder sect disciple who was on duty. Chapter 2548. After the disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment, Qianemo said, From what I've seen, it's not that our Imperial Thunder sect's disciple is ruthless. This is a battlefield, and any sword cultivator is an enemy, so we can't show mercy. Moreover, this disciple's family should be in the north of the country of Shi, so they're quite familiar with the sword cultivators of the country of Huan. His family also has enmity with sword cultivators, which is why they were so ruthless. How many families with Phoenix bloodline can there be in the Xiaoyu continent? Da Sun frowned slightly. After I found out about this, I also thought about it. The Qin Yangkai family of the country of Shi has Ice Phoenix bloodline, and now they have an extremely outstanding disciple under the Huanhua sect. The Huan Yen Huang family of the country of Lian has Earth Phoenix bloodline, but they haven't had any outstanding disciples for thousands of years. The Feng family of the country of Meng's White Phoenix Mountain has Fire Phoenix bloodline, and seems to have a disciple under our Tai Ching sect, but this disciple isn't too outstanding. Which other families have such an outstanding disciple? Qianemo thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. I don't know if any of these 3 families have disciples under our Imperial Thunder sect. However, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed, the bloodlines of many cultivation families have awakened. Perhaps there are other families that haven't noticed it before, and now that there are outstanding disciples, their bloodlines have reappeared. While they were talking, the cultivators of the 10 large sects had finished reading the 7 Extremes Ridges communication Jade Slip. Everyone had some doubts in their eyes, but they saw Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Sect glance at Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School, and then at Wang Yi of the 7 Skills Sect. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Lu Xinwu asked again, Fellow Taoist Qian, if our country has a late Gold Corps senior martial brother, we'll naturally be happy. If he took down the Seven Extremes Ridge, our 4 sects would have suffered less casualties. However, according to what I know, your sect's sect leader Qian Lazy doesn't seem to have reached the stage of lightning cultivation, right? Gao Wei also smiled apologetically. That's right, our country actually had such a cultivator. I have never heard of it. It was no wonder they asked. The other cultivators of the Lian and Meng countries might not know, but the 3 sects of country were very clear about the background of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could it be easy to cultivate a lightning cultivation? Qian Lazy, its sect, how could there be a late Gold Corps realm cultivator? If there was such a cultivator, it would be a threat to the 3 sects of country's 3 sects. Hearing this, Qian Mo's heart skipped a beat. Since Lu Xinwu and the other 2 could tell, how could he not know? The thunder escape technique had always had a strict requirement on the tempering of the fleshly body. However, body cultivators and Dao cultivators both needed to spend a lot of energy and time. All cultivators valued their cultivation base and magic power, so who would pay special attention to the fleshly body? Sects. And sect, a sect. Q's not their T, there's body there's, not there's the Dao, sects body, there's sect, but a there. Sect, their body couldn't, was. In this situation, although the sects lightning escape technique, there were only a few who could master it. Even the sect master, Qian Lazy, could only master it. However, this was only for nascent soul realm cultivators and below. It was different for spirit severing stage cultivators. Cultivators who could step into the spirit severing stage had their bodies tempered and were quite tough. They could easily cultivate the lightning escape technique. Most of the spirit severing stage cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect could improve on the lightning escape technique. Qian Mo's first thought was that it was impossible when he heard that there was a late Gold Corps realm senior brother who could use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique. His second thought was, if there is such a late Gold Corps realm senior brother who can use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique, then it would be easy for him to reach nascent soul realm. Even spirit severing stage wouldn't be a problem. How could country's 3 sects not value a cultivator who could easily reach nascent soul and spirit severing stage? AI, it's not just the 2 of you. Qian Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Qian Mo also doesn't know. My Imperial Lightning sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace's Golden Core Realm disciples, there are so many of them. Although this old man isn't familiar with all of them, who wouldn't know? Not to mention that this old man hasn't seen his face before, this name, this old man doesn't even know. He calls himself Wu Ming. Wu Ming, how can he have a name? Wang Yi was somewhat displeased. He felt that Qian Mo was patronizing him and coldly said. Qian Mo retorted, my Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley also has a person called Wu Ming. If someone is called Wu Ming, then it's normal. Cough cough, Heng Cheng, who was on duty at the meeting hall today, lightly coughed twice and said, since fellow Qian Mo really doesn't know about this senior brother, then this senior brother really passed by the 7 Extremes mountain range. Qian Mo nodded. It should be so. But according to fellow Qian's words, his Imperial Lightning sect doesn't have such a person? Wang Yi sneered and said, the Imperial Lightning sect is very powerful now. They even have to hide it from the fellow Taoists in the meeting hall. Forget about the small terrifying phoenix. How can a late Golden Core Realm senior brother not have a name? This senior brother wouldn't have done something that can't be seen, right? At this point, Wang Yi suddenly came to a realization and shouted, that's right. Since senior brother Wu Ming was near Prison Dragon Ridge during the Battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range, why didn't he extend his hand? Fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's self-detonation caused such a huge commotion. Didn't he see it? Why didn't he kill the swordsman who killed fellow Taoist Li Qingshu and fellow Taoist Kuan Shui? Or perhaps, the Imperial Lightning sect's cultivator's aura that fellow Taoist Qian Mo discovered at Prison Dragon Ridge wasn't Kuan Shui, but this Wu Ming? Fellow Taoist Wang is slandering me. Qian Mo's heart sank. He coldly said, "Pills can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. How can my Imperial Lightning Sect's Golden Core Realm senior brother use a flying sword? How can he have a reason to kill fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu? After his battle with fellow Taoist Li, can he still calmly kill the illusory sword grade 3 swordsman of 7 Extremes mountain range? Does fellow Taoist Wang feel that fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu's ambush at Prison Dragon Ridge was too rash? Does he want to erase fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu's painstaking efforts and contributions?" Cough cough. Heng Cheng, who was on duty at the discussion hall, couldn't help but cough again. What Wang Yi said had a trace of truth, but it was truly unimaginable. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord between the Imperial Lightning Sect and Immortal Music Sect. With one glance, he could tell that Wang Yi was somewhat jealous of the Imperial Lightning Sect's late Golden Core Realm cultivator who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but stop him. Fellow Taoist Wang's thinking is still very meticulous. You dare to think. However, this is the discussion hall. Without any evidence, it's better not to speak carelessly. Isn't fellow Taoist Qian also speculating? What's wrong with my speculation? Wang Yi looked at everyone and pursed his lips into a smile. His mouth was still muttering, but his voice was also softer. Indeed, even a late Golden Core Realm disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect could only escape in the face of the nascent Soul Realm spiritual talisman on them. It was impossible for them to force Li Qingxiu to self-destruct. The entire discussion hall was abuzz with discussions again. It was a little chaotic. Heng Cheng glanced at Wang Yi, Lu Xinwu and Gao Wei. He was slightly angry. Which cultivator didn't notice their actions of suppressing the Imperial Lightning Sect? Even Heng Cheng had some sympathy for Qian Nemo. No wonder Qian Nemo is very concerned about the marriage with the Sky Patrol City. Isn't it because of this? While they were talking, the discussion hall was suffused with light again. It seemed that someone had entered. Heng Cheng waved his hand. The light condensed and 3 human figures appeared. Zongbao? Heng Cheng glanced at them and was shocked. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and let the 3 people in. Disciple Li Zongbao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao calmly approached and bowed to everyone in the discussion hall. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Xiao Mao did not dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. The other person was a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect. When he saw this, he also bowed and said, "Imperial Lightning Sect's Dui Jiankong greets the elders." Isn't the Imperial Lightning Sect disciple under you Xiaohua? Heng Cheng was stunned and asked curiously, "Could it be that Xiaohua has fallen?" He good I know. Li Zongbao said faintly, "Junior brother Zhao's flying technique is a little fast. I sent him to deliver a letter to the cultivators of the other teams. Junior brother Dui met outside the discussion hall. He also had something to report to Martial Uncle Qian, so we came in together." "I see." Heng Cheng nodded and asked, "Where did you go this time? What did you gain?" Li Zongbao frowned and looked at Heng Cheng. He said, "So the elders did not receive the message. I came back from Flowing Ice Valley." You went to Flowing Ice Valley? How was the battle situation there?" Heng Cheng was shocked and stared straight at Li Zongbao. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Li Zongbao looked at everyone and said, "The situation in Flowing Ice Valley is very complicated. This junior brother Dui came first, let him report first." See, Heng Cheng's heart turned cold and his face turned ugly. He said to Dui Jiankong, "If you have something to report, you can report it to brother Qian first." Dui Jiankong smiled apologetically, "Martial Uncle Qian, I was ordered to go to the encampment to search for information about the terrifying phoenix. But I have already asked the 8 Thunder Palace team leaders who stayed in the encampment. They all said that they did not find out the background of this terrifying phoenix." "Ah?" Qianimo almost jumped up and asked, "When did they know? Why didn't they report it to me?" Dui Jiankong hesitated for a moment and explained, "The senior brothers only knew about it a year ago. It seemed to be very popular among the sword cultivators. But since it was a Foundation establishment disciple, it was not a particularly powerful disciple. They asked the disciples of the aristocratic families and did not find anything, so they did not investigate it in detail. Moreover, the words of sword cultivators were rather erroneous. It might be some kind of trick, so they did not dare to take it seriously. So, they did not report it to Martial Uncle. Chapter 2549. Maybe after investigating for a long time and discovering that it wasn't a disciple of their own Thunder Palace, they didn't want the other Thunder Palaces to hold their heads high, so they naturally didn't spread the news. Wang Yi gloated, "In the end, the Golden Core Masters of our Imperial Thunder sect still don't know about the extremely terrifying phoenix that sword cultivators speak of." Ha! When everyone heard this, they all laughed. What Wang Yi said was probably the real reason why the Imperial Thunder sect didn't find the terrifying phoenix. When Li Zongbao heard this, his expression slightly changed. Xiao Mao was even more curious. He didn't know why the masters of the discussion hall suddenly mentioned the terrifying phoenix. Dui Jiankong, you may leave. Qian Mo ordered the disciple to leave. He snorted and said arrogantly, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it's still a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it's only a foundation establishment disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Whether I know or not, it's fine. It's fine if I don't know, it's fine if it's on the battlefield of the Dao cultivators. If you have the ability, why don't your 7 skills sect send out a disciple to compare with my Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix? Fellow Taoist Qian, Wang Yi sneered. Not to mention my 7 skills sect's famous disciple, even Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School wouldn't be any weaker than your Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix, right? How is Xiao Mao powerful? Doesn't their team also have my Imperial Thunder sect's Xiaohua? He wouldn't be any weaker than Xiao Mao, right? Qian Mo said without hesitation. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei was unhappy and said coldly, fellow Taoists, what's wrong with my Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao? His cultivation isn't as good as your disciples? Wang Yi smiled and said, fellow Taoist Gao, don't think too much. I was just giving an example. If your sect's disciple didn't have a high cultivation, how could I think of him? Gao Wei sneered and didn't say anything. Nanming School's Liang Mingfu didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with their Nanming School. However, when he heard this, he suddenly said, Liang suddenly thought of something. Say, this mysterious and terrifying phoenix, could it be that Xiaohua? He hasn't fought with the Imperial Thunder sect's troops, and he hasn't had much contact with the other Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. At the same time, he's also a Foundation Establishment disciple. Li Zongbao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that when he just came back and didn't report it, someone would already associate Xiaohua with the terrifying phoenix. This was a situation that Xiaohua was extremely unwilling to see. However, Li Zongbao was also clear. After all, Xiaohua wasn't here. So what if someone saw through him? Moreover, although the name of the terrifying phoenix was resounding, it had nothing to do with killing Tu Hong, so Xiaohua was not in too much danger. The moment Liang Mingfu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Qian Mo seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly denied it. There is still something wrong. Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator aristocratic family. He didn't have a true bloodline in him. Moreover, other than going to the Chicken Crow Mountain with my Imperial Thunder sect's first team, he was trapped in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. He didn't have any special contact with sword cultivators. In particular, he was buried in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine for nearly 5 years. When everyone received the news last year, he was still in the Spring Gold Mountain. How could he have come out to kill swordsmen? Zongbao, does that Xiaohua have a phoenix dharma body? Hung Feng heard Li Zongbao mention Xiaohua in advance and vaguely knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was profound. At this time, he was also suspicious. What fellow Qian said is funny. Wang Yi ridiculed again. If Xiaohua didn't have too much contact with sword cultivators, where did his battle achievements come from? It said that he saved hundreds of Xuanyan School's disciples in the Gale Snowfield's Spirit Stone Mine. And the Xiao Mao in front of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid these battle achievements are fake. Speaking of fake, Li Zongbao once again thought of Xiaohua's words. He looked up and sure enough, the faces of Heng Feng and the others were ugly. Gao Wei was angry. He stood up and said, "Fellow Wang, what's wrong with you today? My Xuanyan school didn't provoke you, right? Could it be that the thing my junior Gao left in Li Zongbao's token was fake?" Who knows? Seeing the situation, Wang Yi decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't compromise. "I'll let all the teachers know." Xiao Mao hastily stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao once again swears a blood oath. Disciple has followed Senior Li Zongbao and Senior Xiao Hua for so long and has experienced dozens of battles. Disciple has never seen Senior Xiao Hua reveal any Dharma body, let alone a phoenix Dharma body. When Heng Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Li Zongbao and didn't ask any more questions. "Fellow Wang of Seven Skills Sect, did you hear clearly? What did my Xuanyan School's disciple say? He even swore a blood oath." Gao Wei said coldly. "So what?" Wang Yi still wanted to pester, but how could Li Zongbao let them speak? He stepped forward and said, "Teachers, it doesn't matter who is the terror phoenix. Even if disciple isn't, disciple still wants to admit it. If Xiao Hua is the terror phoenix, why didn't he reveal his Dharma body? Why didn't he ask for credit? It's useless to pester this matter too much. Martial Uncle Gao of Xuanyan School, please sit down." Disciple will now report the battle situation of Flowing Ice Valley. Gao Wei glanced at Wang Yi and sat down. At this moment, Wang Yi was also somewhat regretful. He was originally targeting the Imperial Thunder sect. Why did he drag Xuanyan School into this? However, Li Zongbao's next words immediately swept away his regret. "Golden Core Stage teachers, this time, our Utopia faction, Changbai sect, and Cool Breeze Valley attacked Flowing Ice Valley. We were obstructed by the Void Heaven Sword sect, Black Phoenix Sword sect, and Gorilla Mountain. Under the joint efforts of the Golden Core Stage teachers of the three sects, we killed Qin Mu Ming of the Void Heaven Sword sect, LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword sect, and Liang Qi of Gorilla Mountain. However, among the teachers of the three sects, only Senior Li Feiyu of the Changbai sect died fighting with LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword sect. After killing 3 illusory swordsmen, the other 2 teachers fell into Qin Jian's ambush. The 2 teachers, Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley, fought with Qin Jian. After Qin Jian was seriously injured, they died in Flowing Ice Valley." Ah? Heng Zhao's expression changed greatly. He finally understood the reason for his uneasiness just now. Chu Hui and he were like brothers. They cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the Golden Core stage together. Their disciples were also harmonious. Chu Hui was not jealous of Li Zongbao because Li Zongbao was more outstanding than his disciple. Instead, he often helped Li Zongbao. Now that he heard the news of Chu Hui's death, how could he not be heartbroken? It turns out that Qin Jian was in Flowing Ice Valley. Heng Zhao gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that fellow cultivator Li Qingxiu was not killed by Qin Jian. The murderer was someone else." "What? Li Qingxiu?" Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the location of the Xian Lu sect. Sure enough, the futon was empty. Damn it, Xiaohua didn't kill Li Qingxiu, did he? What is he going to do? Li Zongbao was secretly surprised. Li Zongbao, explain everything clearly. Da Sun said anxiously. The battle report from Flowing Ice Valley did not come. I'm afraid that it was also intercepted by the sword Xiu. Yes. Li Zongbao sorted out his thoughts and explained clearly what he, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao did in Flowing Ice Valley. However, for Xiao Hua's actions, he took some responsibility for himself and some for Xiao Mao. If he couldn't do it, for example, driving away the giant, he would push it to Chu Hui. In short, if others heard it, they would definitely not think that Xiao Hua came to Flowing Ice Valley from another place. Xiao Hua's cultivation did not exceed the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Li Zongbao finished speaking, Qin Jian's face showed a miserable expression. He clapped his hands and took out 3 storage bags. He respectfully handed them to Heng Ming and said, "Master, these are the corpses of Martial Uncle, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo disciple brought them back. In addition, there are a few storage bags. As long as the three of us saw the corpses, we put them in these storage bags. Hung Ming took the storage bags with a solemn expression. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who took out the other storage bags and sighed. This old man was uneasy early in the morning. I didn't expect that Chu Hui and the others would fall into Qin Jian's hands. You all took the risk to retrieve their corpses. Not only did you make a great contribution, but your filial piety is also commendable. When Heng Ming sighed, the faces of the gold core cultivators were filled with astonishment. That's right. Although Qin Jian did not appear in Prisoner Dragon Ridge, he did appear in Flowing Ice Valley. He actually set up an ambush to kill tens of thousands of cultivators. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tu Hong. It was the spirit-binding juice. Even these gold core cultivators were afraid when they heard about it. They did not have the confidence to detoxify the poison easily. Even if they went to Flowing Ice Valley, they would most likely end up like Su Bo and the others. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were able to turn the tide and reverse the declining situation of the Flowing Ice Valley battlefield in one go. Moreover, they were able to remain calm in the face of danger when tens of thousands of cultivators were poisoned and came up with a miraculous method to rescue tens of thousands of disciples from the spirit stone mines of Flowing Ice Valley. Xiong Huasong sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator, today is your turn in the conference hall. The three of them must be heavily rewarded." "That's right, it should be so." Gao Wei and Qian Imo also nodded. "This old man feels that it's not right." Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although these are great contributions, it's a pity that they were all narrated by Li Zongbao himself and were not confirmed by the other disciples. Just based on one side of the story, you want to reward them. I'm afraid that it won't convince the others?" At this point, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right, this old man still has a question. I hope that Martial Nephew Zongbao can answer it." "Martial Uncle Wang, please speak." Li Zongbao was confident and seemed to know what Wang Yi wanted to ask. Changbai Sex Li Feiyu is still okay. However, Precious Sex Xie Hui and Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo were killed by Qin Jian. How did you all get their corpses? Qin Jian was actually so benevolent to let you all take the corpses away? Wang Yi sneered and asked. Chapter 2550. Didn't you hear what Zongbao said? Qin Jian was also seriously injured. I'm afraid he went back to treat his injuries in a hurry. Did he not care about the corpses of the two of you? Gao Wei said coldly before Li Zongbao could speak. Why do I feel that I don't believe him? Wang Yi tilted his head and asked, what about the rest of you? Junior Zongbao is right. Sooner or later, there will be a battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. De Sun smiled. Junior Zongbao is the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage in Dao sect. I believe his words. Li Zongbao said coldly, I don't need Junior Uncle Wang to believe me because I, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao have already killed Qin Jian. The entire arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, and then everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. Qin Jian was able to kill 2 Gold Core stage cultivators, and although it was because of the spirit-binding juice, he had to be at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, he was definitely not someone that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao could deal with. Furthermore, Qin Jian did not have any illusory sword disciples. Did he not have any unsheathed sword disciples? Did Qin Jian not know how to escape? Zongbao, do you have any evidence? Unlike the others who did not believe him, Heng Heng knew that his disciple would not claim credit for nothing. He suppressed his excitement and asked softly. Of course I do. As Li Zongbao spoke, he took out another storage bag and handed it to Heng Ming. This is Qin Jian's corpse. However, he self-destructed before he died, so his corpse was incomplete. Fortunately, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao found his keepsake and some other bits and pieces. They can prove that what I said is true. Quick, let this old man have a look. Heng Heng impatiently waved his hand, and the storage pouch flew into his hand. Killing Qin Jian was a mission that had a bounty on it for many years. He had always heard of people and cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian. However, he had never heard of Qin Jian being killed by a single cultivator. Furthermore, Qin Jian was killed by 3 people led by his own disciple. How could Heng Heng not lose his composure? After Heng Heng took out Qin Jian's bloody head and some pieces of his body and carefully identified them, as well as the sword token that could prove Qin Jian's identity, Heng Heng didn't look at anything else. His white eyebrows slightly trembled and his long eyebrows seemed to be fluttering. Yes, this is Qin Jian's sword token, the token of the Void Heaven Sword School. It's Qin Jian's. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. With a flip of his hand, Heng Ming passed the storage pouch to Black Sky Sec's Xiong Huasong beside him. His eyes were filled with joy and even a hint of showing off. It was as if their own child had achieved something, and now that it was placed in front of them, they were admiring it. Xiong Huasong and the others naturally didn't dare to believe it too much. After all, this matter was too inconceivable. Moreover, when Li Zongbao first received the special order from the conference hall, although the group of Jindan stage cultivators didn't have the intention to laugh at him, they wanted to train Li Zongbao and even the younger generation. Who would have thought that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao actually did it? Heng Ming looked lovingly at Li Zongbao, revealing an indescribable feeling. Who was Qin Jian? Even Heng Ming himself didn't dare to say that he was a match for him. But in front of him, this child who was still cultivating qi in front of him dozens of years ago had already surpassed him and killed Qin Jian. Zongbao has grown up. Sigh, this old man, has also grown old. Heng Ming couldn't help but sigh. Then he felt a sense of sadness. Junior brother Chu Hui. Why are people's encounters so different? Some people rise to the top, some people have a bumpy life. Some people can step on the shoulders of others to become the center of attention, but some people can only be the stairs of others, unable to shine. Master. Li Zongbao looked at Heng Ting's eyes and naturally knew what his master was thinking. His heart ached as he said in a low voice, "Actually, this is all thanks to Martial Uncle Chu Hui and the others. We were just lucky." Lucky? Your Uncle Chu Hui led thousands of disciples of the Utopia faction. There were also tens of thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley who participated in the Battle of the Flowing Ice Valley. Which of their disciples were so lucky? When Heng Yi heard Li Zongbao's humility, he was somewhat disapproving. Your Martial Uncle Chop Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo have also contributed. My discussion hall will definitely not let them die in peace. At this point, Heng Ji dragged out his words. The 3 of you have contributed greatly. This bounty for killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the discussion hall. After that, there have been other bounties of various sizes. However, none of them were too difficult. Many cultivators have completed them. Only this one. This bounty has never been settled. In the past few years, countless cultivators have died in Qin Jian's hands because of this bounty. The masters in the meeting hall also think that we should wait until the nascent soul masters come to Sky Patrol City before the bounty can be cancelled. We even said just now that for the sake of the meeting hall's reputation, we should personally kill Qin Jian. These words were actually not suitable for Li Zongbao, but who asked Li Zongbao to be Heng Ming's disciple? Who else could they talk to but him? Moreover, as time passed, the number of disciples who died in Qin Jian's hands increased and the bounty increased by a lot. Even now, even this old man is a little jealous. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Masters who were checking their storage bags and said, Actually, the moment I saw Qin Jian and saw him fighting with the Uncle Masters, I finally understood that I was truly ignorant of my own abilities when I clamored to kill Qin Jian back then. It was truly too. It's alright. Heng Ming did not wait for Li Zongbao to finish and waved his hand with a smile. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't had lofty aspirations? I was afraid that if you really met Qin Jian, you would be too arrogant to know your place and not know how to escape. However, I thought about it later. Who is Qin Jian? How could you find him so easily? Yes, I understand the intentions of Master and the other masters. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, This is Xiao Mao from Xuanyan? Heng Ming looked at Xiao Mao with a smile and asked. Li Zongbao hurriedly replied and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed again. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Uncle Heng Ming. Yes, you are not bad yourself. Heng Ming smiled. I have seen Xiao Hua and knew that he would achieve great things with Zongbao. I did not think highly of you back then, but I did not expect that I was still blind. The three of you were able to kill Qin Jian together, and your names will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. It is all thanks to senior brother Zongbao's support. Xiao Mao said obediently. If not for his command, senior brother Xiao Hua and I would not have been able to obtain such great merit. Senior brother Zongbao deserves the most credit this time. Yes. Heng Ming smiled and nodded. He looked at Gao Wei from Xuanyan and Gao Wei also smiled and nodded at him. Gao Wei had just seen Qin Jian's remains and the items in the storage bag, and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Xiao Mao, this unknown disciple, had really made him proud. Although Xiao Mao did not have the greatest merit in killing Qin Jian, he was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be compared to Li Zongbao? Among the three of them, the other disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter what, Xiao Mao still had the second most credit. Furthermore, even if Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not as close as Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao, it was still amazing that Xiao Mao could only obtain the third most credit. Among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, who could compare to the three of them? Even if he was ranked third, it was still eye-catching. Looking at Qian Mo, other than excitement, there was only astonishment in his eyes. He had not carefully examined Qin Jian's remains, but many cultivators had already examined it and no one had raised any objections. It must be true. Furthermore, who would dare to fake Qin Jian's remains? Qian Mo's excitement was needless to say, but his astonishment was not something that Heng Ming and Gao Wei could understand. After all, in his impression, Xiao Hua's credit was really too much. Not to mention the Imperial Thunder Sect's first meritorious deed that was done by Xiao Hua in the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect. Following that, the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect went to Golden Spring Mountain. Before they even reached Golden Spring Mountain, they had already saved the disciples of the three sects and were recorded as meritorious deeds by Tu Hong. There was no need to talk about Golden Spring Mountain. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there, and the 10 that were brought back by Tu Hong were also heavily injured. However, the 7 people of Imperial Thunder Sect's first group were completely unharmed and their cultivations even increased. Among them was Xiao Hua. After the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect left, Xiao Hua was actually chosen by Li Zongbao and went to the Gale Snow Plains. Following Li Zongbao, he saved hundreds of cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not Dao sect disciples, and the discussion hall did not ask these cultivators to verify. However, since Li Zongbao said so, this meritorious deed was also recorded. The meritorious deed of the Gale Snow Plains had not cooled down, and Xiao Hua had actually charged into the Spirit Stone Mine. Regardless of whether Qin Jian went easy on him or Xiao Hua's luck was good, those hundreds of people from Xuanyan School were saved by Xiao Hua. This meritorious deed was also recorded. Not to mention the Spirit Stone Mine, there was also the corpse of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core cultivator from Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain and the news he brought back. This was another meritorious deed. There was no need to talk about these. Moreover, this time, the three of them actually saved tens of thousands of people. Listening to Li Zongbao's explanation, this must be true. Xiao Hua's meritorious deed was definitely worth 30%. Furthermore, there was also the unverified corpse of Qin Jian. This meritorious deed was even greater. It seems like Xiao Hua's meritorious deed is much more than Li Zongbao's? While Qian Mo pondered, he was also a little jealous. This fellow's luck, isn't it a little too good? Suddenly, an extremely daring thought appeared in his mind. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. Damn it, this Xiao Hua wouldn't be like what some people had guessed, a terrifying phoenix? Moreover, if he has the cultivation of senior brother Wu Ming, it is also extremely possible for him to have such meritorious deeds? Chapter 2551. However, Qianmo couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, how is that possible? Xiaohua was with Li Zongbao at Flowing Ice Valley, while senior brother Wu Ming was at Seven Extremes Ridge. However, Qianmo was shocked again. How is that possible? If Xiaohua knew how to control the thunder, he could have rushed to Flowing Ice Valley from Seven Extremes Ridge. But Li Zongbao said that the three of them were together. Just as Qianmo realized the truth of the matter, the storage bag containing Qinjian's corpse was handed to him. Haha, I'm overthinking. Qianmo smiled bitterly. Xiaohua just joined the Thunder sect not long ago. How could he reach the later stage of the Golden Core Realm? If he was at the later stage of the Golden Core Realm, he would have been overjoyed. Qianmo opened the storage bag and checked it carefully. As one of the three sects that made such a contribution, he couldn't let anyone criticize him. He had to be careful. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Realm Masters and laughed in his heart. This was the real thing, how could it be fake? However, he had to be serious about the questions that followed. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao. After the two of them separated from Xiaohua, they discussed for a long time before coming to the meeting hall. Sure enough, after an hour, all the Golden Core Realm Masters had checked Qinjian's corpse. Heng Zhao took the storage bag and sighed. Zongbao and the other two have made such a great contribution, but they did it when Chu Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo severely injured Qinjian. To be honest, it's a little unfair. I'm Zongbao's master and Chu Hui's senior brother, so I won't say anything. My friends, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Changbai Sect's Li Jijie immediately said, Xie Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo died in order to kill Qinjian. They also saved tens of thousands of disciples from Flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine. Their contributions, we cannot forget. Although we can't forget about it, the ones who killed Qinjian were Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua. Their contributions are greater. Even Heng Heng had given a portion of the credit for killing Qinjian to Li Feiyu, who had not even seen Qinjian. How could he not be tactful enough to make the first move? Yes, this old man also agrees. Cool Breeze Valley's Zhu Junwei nodded and said, When I offered the reward in the meeting hall, I made it clear that as long as you kill Qinjian, no matter what method you used, no matter which sect you are from, and even if you are not a disciple who participated in the battle, you will still be rewarded. Since it was my son who took part in the battle that brought Sword Qin's corpse back, what else is there to say? This merit naturally belongs to the three of you. I feel that although the merit of killing Qinjian is not small, the benevolence of the three of them is even better. Not only did they avenge the cultivators who were killed by Qinjian, they also brought back the corpses of the 3 Golden Core Stage Seniors and countless Foundation Establishment Stage Seniors and Juniors. This is the most commendable deed. Qianmo voiced his opinion. Tai Ching Sect's De Sun's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, the disciples from Shi Country and Lian Country teamed up to kill Qinjian. This is indeed a great story. As a cultivator from Meng Country, this old man is somewhat jealous. If Xiaohua was a disciple of my Tai Ching sect, he would have been killed by the 3 countries' cultivators. This would be an even better story. Seeing that the few Golden Core Stage cultivators had made the final decision, 7 Skills Sect's Wang Yi was not happy. He hurriedly said, after listening to everyone's words, it seems like you all have already determined that the 3 of you killed Qinjian. However, this old man is still a little curious. Qinjian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. How could Su Bo and Xie Hui injure him so severely? That year in the Spirit Stone Mine in the Gale Snowfield, Xuanyan School's dozens of early Golden Core Stage disciples were not able to harm Qinjian at all. Furthermore, even if Qinjian was heavily injured, the 3 of you, it seems like you couldn't have killed him so easily? Why aren't the 3 of you injured? That Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect could still fly out to send a message? Of course, it's not that I don't admit that Qinjian was killed by the 3 of you. I'm just curious. How did you guys do it? Wang Yi obviously saw that Qianmo, Heng Heng and Gao Wei's faces were not friendly. Even Li Jijie and Zhu Junwei's faces were pulled long. Therefore, he added this last sentence. However, this sentence was obviously superfluous. Heng Heng looked at Wang Yi coldly and said to Li Zongbao, Zongbao, tell us what happened. You can satisfy your senior uncle Wang's curiosity. Yes, this old man is not the only one curious. Even when the meeting hall announces the battle achievements of the three of you, you still have to explain. Otherwise, who would know if Qin Jian was real or not? Wang Yi smiled and said, also, Sky Patrol City. Qin Jian assassinated Tu Hong. In this reward, Sky Patrol City has added quite a bit of weight. If Shui Yu Jinren asks about it, wouldn't it be hard to explain it to the meeting hall? Senior Uncle Wang, don't be anxious. I've already prepared to explain it to all the seniors. Li Zongbao gave a rare smile and told Xiao Mao everything that he had discussed with him beforehand. Xiao Mao also added in from time to time, describing the heroic scene with exceptional clarity. Qin Jian actually had 4 flying swords? Not only Wang Yi, but the entire meeting hall was shocked. It wasn't that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were eloquent, but that the two of them were talking about the original version of how Xiaohua killed Qin Jian. However, Xiaohua was replaced by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. Yes, when Qin Jian fought with senior uncle Su Bo and the rest, he already lost 2 of his flying swords. Li Zongbao explained calmly, when he was surrounded by the 3 of us, he actually took out 2 more swords. This was really out of my expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that we had already surrounded Qin Jian and that the sword light of the 2 flying swords dimmed, I would definitely have brought the 2 junior brothers Xiao and escaped. You said that when Qin Jian was fighting with Xie Hui and Su Bo, the sword light dimmed? De Sun frowned and asked, could it be that he was already injured? Yes, it should be so. Li Zongbao glanced at Wang Yi and said, didn't senior uncle Wang have the same question just now? But, when he was surrounded by the 3 of you, Qin Jian, no matter what, he should have some means to protect himself, right? It's impossible that he couldn't break through the joint attack of the 3 of you who were in the Foundation establishment stage? Wang Yi still didn't believe it. I've already explained it clearly. That Qin Jian was insatiably greedy and wanted to save his face. He didn't want to escape from the 3 of us. Didn't he use a very strange flying sword? That seemed to be his unique skill. It was as if the flying sword had pierced through our heads. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Hua obtained a strange shield from the sword cultivator. That shield blocked the flying sword and shattered together with the flying sword. And at the same time that Xiao Hua fell, Qin Jian also fell. Just when Qin Jian was about to transform into a flying sword, senior brother Zongbao continuously activated the immortal piercing whip. He beat Qin Jian until he couldn't transform into a sword. Xiao Mao added, no, I'm asking. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, what method did the 3 of you use to surround Qin Jian? Was it a magic array? Otherwise, I would only be able to escape from your encirclement easily, let alone Qin Jian. I've indeed obtained a secret technique. It's precisely through the joint attack of the 3 of us, using a method similar to a magic array to trap a cultivator. It can also transfer the magic power of 2 people to the other person. Although Martial Uncle Wang is a middle-stage Golden Core Master, I'm confident that when you're heavily injured, we can surround you. Li Zongbao's skin and flesh moved, as if he was sneering, if you don't believe me, we can try when Xiaohua sends a message back. The group of Golden Core cultivators all laughed softly. That's right. If they surround Wang Yi when he's heavily injured, how can Wang Yi verify it? And they still have to wait for Xiaohua to return. Who knows when Xiaohua will return? Alright. Zongbao, your martial uncle Wang Yi is also asking on behalf of the cultivators of the 3 countries of the Xiaoyu continent. His inspection of the details is also for your own good. Hung Feng held back his laughter and scolded Li Zongbao, your contribution is indeed great. If you don't ask clearly about the details, how can we be at ease and give you the rewards? Yes, I understand. I feel that it's a fact that I killed Qin Jian. I'm a little conflicted with Martial Uncle Wang's questioning. I seek Martial Uncle Wang's forgiveness. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, Also, if martial uncles have any other questions, I'll answer all of them. When the other Golden Core cultivators heard this, they all smiled and began to ask questions one by one. Naturally, these Golden Core cultivators were also very curious. They wanted to get to the bottom of many things, but they were definitely not making things difficult. They just wanted to know if what Li Zongbao said was true. They even asked many questions about the underground of Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he answered them one by one. He did not slack at all. Everyone saw clearly that what Li Zongbao said just now really happened. That Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao and the other two. Xiao Mao, who was listening by the side, could not help but sigh secretly. He was not sighing at Li Zongbao's ease of handling the situation, but at the group of Golden Core cultivators' questioning of Li Zongbao. Instead of saying that this kind of questioning was to blame, it was better to say that it was to give Li Zongbao a chance to perform. They wanted him to explain the situation in more detail. Their questions had also become highlights for the show. If there was anything that was too difficult to explain, the group of people would definitely not ask. Especially since Qin Jian was heavily injured, why didn't the disciples who drew their swords come to protect him? Why did they let the three of them surround Qin Jian and attack him? This was completely different from the questioning of Xiao Hua when he returned from the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain. At that time, Xiao Mao was also standing in the meeting hall with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. The only difference was that the one facing the group of Golden Core cultivators was Xiao Hua, a Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Mao remembered that Xiao Hua was forced into a corner by Li Qingshu that day. He was practically unable to deal with it and directly threw the question to Li Zongbao and himself. If not for the fact that Xiao Hua's storage bag contained the extremely tragic corpses of the male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiao Hua would have been interrogated by Li Qingshu. Chapter 2552. Luckily, I have a powerful sect. Xiao Mao looked at Gao Wei. Gao Wei seemed to have sensed something and nodded at him. As for Qian Mo, who had previously flaunted himself, he also cooperated with Xiao Hua. A few times he asked about Xiao Hua's outstanding points. Li Zongbao was also not stingy with his praise. This is ridiculous. Xiao Mao shook his head. All of this was done by Brother Xiao alone. Oh right, I suddenly thought of something. Wang Yi suddenly realized. Since Qin Jian is heavily injured, why didn't those disciples come to protect him? Why did they let the three of you surround Qin Jian and attack him? If 10 or 8 grade 6 swordsmen came, the three of you wouldn't be a match for them, right? Instantly, the discussion hall fell into silence. Hee, look at what Uncle Wang said. Li Zongbao laughed. I am not Qin Jian, nor am I a sword cultivator. How would I know why they didn't come? Uncle Wang should ask the sword cultivators. Ha, Gao Wei laughed and clapped his hands. When I capture Qin Jian's disciples, I will interrogate them and find out where they went that day. If they give this great merit to my Xuanyan school's disciples, I might even give them 2 top-grade spirit stones. Ha, everyone laughed heartily. Wang Ye's face turned ugly. At this moment, Li Zongbao said seriously, I was joking with Uncle Wang just now. The truth is what the disciple said. We all escaped from the spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. Our numbers far exceeded Qin Jian's estimation. His disciples were chasing after the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. That was why he didn't protect us. Of course, they also thought that Qin Jian would never be injured. I even thought that with Qin Jian's competitiveness, his disciples didn't even know that he was injured. Brilliant. Xiao Mao almost gave him a thumbs up. This explanation was flawless. Furthermore, it highlighted the merits of the three of them in the karst cave. Wang Yi was speechless when he heard this. It seemed that Li Zongbao and the other two were the ones who did it. Do any of you have any other questions? Heng Ju said with a smile. If you don't, I'll report this to Daoist Ping. We have already confirmed it. Gao Wei glanced at Xiao Mao, then looked at the crowd and laughed. Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. This matter can be reported to the various teachers. Yes, This old man hasn't contacted sect leader for a long time. This is great news. Chinamo also laughed. Congratulations, fellow cultivators. Dasun seized the opportunity and said with a smile, the number 1 bounty in the conference hall can finally be closed. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Heng Zhao and the others replied, rewards are secondary. The most important thing is to let sword cultivators know, and more importantly, let the cultivators of our Dao sect know that 3 foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect were able to kill a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. Swordsmen are nothing in front of us cultivators. That's right, this award should be given out as soon as possible. Before we launch a large-scale attack on the swordsman, we must let all the cultivators know about it. Several Golden Core cultivators said in unison. Hengju nodded. This old man also thinks the same. Since we have Qin Jian's head, this merit belongs to Zhong Bao and the others. It is not appropriate for us to ask about the details. What we want is the result of killing Qin Jian, not the process. Indeed. Dasun spoke again. If it were any other time, the conference hall would have to carry out such a big move like killing Qin Jian. We would even have to look for the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. However, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley has not arrived yet. Our conference hall cannot wait any longer. This old man agrees to give out the award today. All right, its eyes turn to be on duty today. I will take advantage of this and report this good news to the sect first. Heng Zhao said with a smile. He stood up and took out his token. The other Golden Core cultivators also hurriedly stood up and respectfully lined up behind Heng Zhao. Li Zhong Bao and Xiao Mao stood beside Heng Zhao. A light flashed in the conference hall. An old man with white hair and a youthful face wearing a feathered robe appeared in midair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had a kind smile on his face. Greetings, Zhenren Hiping. The group of Golden Core cultivators hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Please rise. Zhenren Hiping said with a smile. I haven't heard any news from Sky Patrol City for a long time. How's the situation now? I know that the sect leader doesn't like to fight. If there's nothing special, I wouldn't dare to trouble the sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly bowed and said, it's my turn to be on duty today. It's also a critical moment, so I had no choice but to disturb the sect leader. Heng Zhao, you've always been experienced and prudent. You also have some strategies. I'm very relieved to leave the Utopia faction's disciples to you. Zhenren Hiping praised Heng Zhao first. Heng Zhao looked delighted. After thanking him, he told him about the current situation of the battle. Zhenren Hiping listened and frowned slightly. He was puzzled and said, it hasn't been 10 years, right? Your attacks are very fierce. Yes, sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, the sword cultivators' attacks are also very fierce. They seem to be cutting off all means of retreat. Moreover, this time, the conference hall has been planning for a long time. Us Golden Core cultivators are also going to compete with their illusory swordsmen. I don't understand these things about attacking cities and seizing territories. Zhenren Hiping said frankly, what do you need me to do? Just tell me. No, we haven't done anything yet. There's no need for the sect leader to do anything. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, today, I have good news for the sect leader. What good news? Zhenren Hiping asked curiously. Sect leader, do you still remember the number 1 bounty order in the conference hall that I reported to you a few years ago? Heng Zhao asked tentatively, but there was still some anxiety in his eyes. He was afraid that Zhenren Hiping would forget about it. Oh, I remember. Zhenren Hiping laughed and said, that's the number 1 bounty order in our Taoism sect. It seems to be a bounty for an illusory swordsman. Yes, it's the illusory sword level 3 swordsman called Qin Jian. Heng Zhao hurriedly added, feeling relieved. Illusory sword level 3. Zhenren Hiping frowned again. This kind of swordsman? I'm afraid it's not easy to kill him. This bounty order. Could it be that a disciple of our Utopia faction killed Qin Jian? Good. Heng Zhao's face was full of smiles. Li Zongbao stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Oh? Zongbao? It's you who killed Qin Jian? Apparently, Jinren Hiping knew Li Zongbao, so he smiled brightly. Li Zongbao said respectfully, my cultivation is not enough to kill Qin Jian. However, several Golden Core cultivators injured Qin Jian. Together with 2 junior brothers from the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Xuanyan School, I killed Qin Jian, who was seriously injured. Ha ha, not bad. Jinren Hiping laughed. Since you killed him, it's your credit. Zongbao, you've really brought honor to our Utopia faction. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? I don't dare. Li Zongbao said hurriedly with a smile. Master notified the sect leader because he wanted to make him happy. Master and I have no intention of rewarding you. Ha ha ha, in a war, those who have done well will be rewarded and those who have done wrong will be punished. I'm not senile. How could I not know that? Moreover, if you want to finish the war in one stroke, your momentum is the most important thing. Although I don't know how to command troops, I can still encourage the disciples of our Utopia faction. Jinren Hiping stroked his beard with his hand and said happily, as long as I can promise you, I will promise you. Heng Zhao was overjoyed. Isn't this how his little abacus always works? Hearing Jinren Hiping's words, Heng Zhao squinted his eyes. He knew Li Zongbao's big opportunity had arrived. However, Heng Zhao was still so respectful. He lowered his head, as if he had not heard Jinren Hiping's words. Li Zongbao was surprised. It seemed that this was not something he had expected. However, Jinren Hiping's words were also very clear. Whatever he asked for, he would agree. For a moment, Li Zongbao was full of thoughts. He did not know what to ask for. The discussion hall was completely silent. Many of the Golden Core elders were envious of Li Zongbao. This was the approval of a sect leader. If not for the impending battle, even if it was the great merit of killing Qin Jian, it would not have been exchanged for such a sentence. Li Zongbao's hesitation was reasonable. What about a cultivation method? Or a magic weapon? Or perhaps it was a highly sought-after position in the Utopia faction. The Golden Core stage cultivators were all thinking about Li Zongbao. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao bowed calmly and said, "Thank you, sect leader. After thinking about it, I think I'd better ask for a special pardon." Well, even Heng Zhao, who had lowered his head in silence, was shocked, let alone the other Golden Core stage cultivators. Heng Zhao had already put himself in Li Zongbao's shoes and thought of a few options. No matter which option, Li Zongbao would be able to take a few more steps on the road to the nascent soul stage and have a greater chance of conceiving a baby. However, he never thought that Li Zongbao would ask for a special pardon. That thing was completely useless for cultivation. Heng Zhao could not help but look sideways at Li Zongbao. He could not speak, but his eyes were full of doubt and blame. A special pardon? Immortal Hiping frowned again. Zongbao? What can you hide from me? What do you want that for? Yes, a special pardon from the sect leader was something that could only be used when a disciple had committed a grave mistake and was about to be killed or his cultivation would be abolished. How could Immortal Hiping not find it strange that Li Zongbao wanted it for no reason? Even some cultivators who were not on good terms with the Utopia faction were gloating over Su Kei's misfortune. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He said calmly, "I've been practicing the leeching treasure mirror, and I have the holy whip, the magic treasure of the Utopia faction. My master has taught me many skills, and I don't lack any elixirs. I really don't know what to ask for. If I ask for it in the future, it won't be able to boost the morale of the Utopia faction disciples. Therefore, I chose the special pardon. I took Qin Jian's life in exchange for a chance to correct my grave mistake. Isn't it more useful than any magic weapon or cultivation method?" Chapter 2553. Good. Immortal Hiping nodded almost without hesitation. In that case, I approve the pardon order. Now send a disciple to send the pardon order to the Sky Sentry City. After that, Immortal Hiping flicked his sleeves, and the whole image gradually began to blur, and then disappeared. During the whole process, Immortal He Ping's face was as usual, and there was no change when he said good. No one knew if he was happy or angry. When the image of Immortal He Ping disappeared, Hengju raised his eyebrows. When he was about to send a message, Gao Wei of the Xuanyan school said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Heng Ming from the Utopia faction has reported to the head, I have to let the head know, otherwise I will be negligent." Well, now the crowd did not have to disperse. They still stood in the distance, but Hengju moved back, and Gao Wei stood in front of Hengju. Gao Wei made a gesture and threw the token into the air, but there was a flash of brilliance in the air. After a while, the figure of Fairy Yingzhua did not appear. Gao Wei was a little surprised. He knew that this image transmission method was directly connected to Fairy Yingzhua's magic treasure. As long as he activated his Dharma power, Fairy Yingzhua must have some intuition. In the past 10 times, Fairy Yingzhua appeared immediately after he used it. Could it be that the head has other things to do? While thinking, Gao Wei's face was full of smiles. When he was about to speak, he saw the brilliance suddenly stagnate, and with a slight tremor, the image of Fairy Yingzhua flashed in the air. However, it was obvious that Fairy Yingzhua's face was full of displeasure, and a faint green light flashed in her eyes. Junior and others greet Fairy Yingzhua. All the cultivators bowed and saluted, so they could not see clearly. "What's the matter?" Fairy Yingzhua glanced at them and said coldly, "Disciple Gao Wei is now reporting the situation of the battle in the Sky Sentry's city to the head, and there is also a good news." Gao Wei's words were very similar to Hengju's. But Fairy Yingzhua's reaction was different from Immortal He Ping's. Fairy Yingzhua was a little impatient, and said lightly, "Didn't you just report a few days ago? You have begun to test the sword cultivator's actual situation? Now there is a situation? Then you should launch a fierce attack based on the situation. They are just a few illusory swordsmen. Do you think you can't kill all of the hundreds of thousands of disciples?" Gao Wei looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, the time of his report was definitely not a few days ago, but he did not dare to correct him. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, but..." "There's no buts." Fairy Yingzhua said coldly, "I don't know how to deploy troops. All of you are intelligent people. You only need to work together to spread the name of my Dao sect. Even if you lose, we won't blame you." Seeing that Fairy Yingzhua was about to flick her sleeves, Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Does sect head still remember the first bounty for this battle?" "I don't remember." Fairy Yingzhua replied bluntly. Gao Wei smiled apologetically. "Of course the sect leader is busy. This is just a small matter, so it's fine if you don't remember. But today, I want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Mao, a disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyan school, together with the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, killed the third-grade illusory swordsman, Qin Jian." "Oh? A disciple in the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyan school killed the illusory swordsman?" Fairy Yingzhua was stunned and seemed to be a little interested. "Disciple Xiao Mao greets the sect head." Xiao Mao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "If you?" Fairy Yingzhua seemed to have some impression of Xiao Mao, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Yes, it's disciple Xiao Mao." Xiao Mao knew that Fairy Yingzhua knew him through the hunting seedlings plan, and hurriedly replied, "Not bad." Fairy Yingzhua rolled her eyes and nodded. "You have made a great contribution to the Xuanyan school. In addition to the bounty on the bounty, after the battle, I will reward you." "Thank you, sect head." Xiao Mao expressed his gratitude again. "Yes, sect head knows." Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the conference hall. Xiao Mao and the other two completed this seemingly impossible task and have already received the bounty on the bounty. Also, Immortal He Ping of the Utmost Happiness faction has just rewarded Li Zongbao." "Yes, I know." Fairy Yingzhua said impatiently. "Whatever He Ping rewarded, the Xuanyan school will do the same." "Yes, I understand." Gao Wei was really helpless and hurriedly said again, "Martial nephew Li Zongbao has requested for a special pardon from the Utmost Happiness faction." "Sect head, Please issue the special pardon to reward Xiao Mao's battle achievements. Special pardon? Fairy Yingjue was slightly stunned, and then she flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, I know. Seeing Fairy Yingjue's figure disappear, Gao Wei's mood was like a bucket of cold water being poured on his head. It couldn't be helped. Most of the original infant stage masters were focused on cultivating, and they didn't care too much about the battle. After all, the battle of the Golden Core stage masters was just the prelude. Even if the Golden Core stage masters were defeated in this battle, there would still be a group of original infant stage masters with extraordinary strength behind them. These original infant stage masters were definitely not people that the sword cultivators could easily resist. Gao Wei smiled bitterly, and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, Uncle Gao. Hey, you're welcome, you're welcome. This is what you deserve. Gao Wei stepped back and looked at Qian Emo. Qian Emo was a little hesitant. After all, Xiao Hua wasn't in the conference hall at this time. The effect of him asking for Qian Leizi's help was not as good as that of Taoist He Ping and Fairy Yingjue. Moreover, he didn't know whether Qian Leizi would be like Fairy Yingjue and give him a bucket of cold water. Fellow cultivator Qian, please. Gao Wei wouldn't let Qian Emo go, and he shouted loudly. But Qian Emo had no choice but to take out the token in front of everyone's eyes. As he made a spell, Qian Leizi's red face appeared in midair. Greetings, Senior Qian Leizi. Everyone bowed again. You all get up. Qian Leizi had shown his face in the conference hall earlier. At this time, he waved his hand and said, You all have worked hard since the battle started. Qian Emo heaved a sigh of relief, and everyone said in unison, Thank you for your concern, Senior. What's the matter now? Qian Leizi raised his head and looked at Qian Emo. I have a few important things to report. Qian Emo didn't dare to keep it a secret. He told Qian Leizi about the current situation of the battle and John Doe who could perform the thunder travel. However, before he told Qian Leizi about Qin Jian, Qian Leizi's body shook and he shouted, Qian Emo, are you sure? He's a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect at the late stage of Gold Core realm? I haven't confirmed it yet. Qian Emo smiled apologetically, but according to Kensheng, it can't be wrong. Others don't know my thunder escape skill, but how can the disciples of the Canlei Palace not know it? How is this possible? Qian Leizi widened his eyes, but his voice became lower and lower. Of course, he couldn't believe that there was a disciple at the late stage of Gold Core realm in the thunder-controlling sect who could surpass him in the thunder escape skill. Quickly find Kensheng and ask him to return to the Sky Thunder Peak. Qian Leizi raised his eyebrows and ordered, Qian Emo, tell them that once they find John Doe's trace, immediately. Speaking of this, Qian Leizi hesitated. After all, John Doe was a cultivator who could perform the thunder escape skill. Ordinary disciples of the Gold Core realm couldn't catch up with him. Okay, you just need to pay attention to him. If you can find his trace or which Thunder Palace he belongs to, it will be better. After this battle, we will all go to the Sky Thunder City. Qian Leizi sighed and wondered if John Doe was a disciple secretly taught by a distraction stage master. Seeing that Qian Leizi was absent-minded, Qian Emo bowed again and said, Besides this, I also want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Hua, a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect, joined hands with the disciples of the Xuanyan school and the Utopia faction to kill Qin Jian, a swordsman at the thunder-controlling stage 3 of the illusory sword skill. Qin Jian? Isn't he the swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong? What? The disciples of our Taoism sect did what the elders of the Shui region couldn't do? Our disciples of the thunder-controlling sect also have a share? Xiaohua again? That disciple of the Foundation establishment stage? Qian Leizi asked curiously with a hint of embarrassment and joy in his eyes. Where is Xiaohua? Qian Leizi naturally knew about Tu Hong. He was extremely dissatisfied with Shui Taoist, so he didn't care if Shui Taoist knew about Tu Hong and Yu Meng. Seeing that Shui Taoist didn't manage to kill Qin Jian, and instead, a foundational disciple from his Imperial Lightning sect and 2 disciples from other sects completed the task, how could he not be happy? However, When he looked around and didn't find Xiao Hua, he asked. Sect leader, Xiao Hua has another important task. He was sent to another place without returning to the city. Qian Mo replied hurriedly. Good. Qian Lei clapped his hands and said, Xiao Hua has made many outstanding contributions to the thunder-controlling sect in the Sky Thunder City. He should be rewarded handsomely. Yes, I also think so. Therefore, I would like to ask the sect leader to reward Xiao Hua to boost the morale of our disciples. Qian Mo said with a smile. Well, what should I reward him with? Qian Lei was very happy and asked in an inquiring tone. Qian Mo knew what Qian Lei meant. He said hurriedly with a smile, Xiao Hua was not in the conference hall. Therefore, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school have asked for rewards from Immortal He Ping and Fairy Yingzhua. Really? Qian Lei said with a smile, then our thunder-controlling sect can't be stingy. We can't be worse than them. Tell me, what precious rewards did the Utopia faction and the Xuanyan school give? Well, the sect leader knows that the Utopia faction and the Utopia faction have rewarded Xiao Hua with a special pardon order. Qian Mo didn't dare to hide the truth, although he also thought the special pardon order was unreasonable. A special pardon order? Qian Lei was stunned. He said casually, well, let's wait until Xiao Hua returns to the Sky Thunder Peak. Anyway, this is a great contribution. I will remember it in my heart. Senior Qian. Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly with a bow, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to do it today. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction? Qian Lei was a little unhappy. I know I can't do that. Li Zongbao's heart was trembling. He still didn't dare to straighten his back. However, he still said in a low voice, I think this matter should not be delayed. Chapter 2554. Following which, Li Zongbao repeated the reason from before. Therefore, this junior begs senior to reward Xiao Hua and greatly increase the morale of our Dao sect disciples. I see. After listening to Li Zongbao's analysis of the battle situation and the reason for the additional reward, he praised Li Zongbao in his heart. He glanced at Li Zongbao and said with a smile, you have a clear understanding of the battle situation. This additional reward is nothing. For disciples like you who killed Qin Jian and cleaned up the filth in Sky Patrol City, the special pardon order is really dispensable. How about this? This old man will give the special pardon order to Xiao Hua like your sect. In addition, inform Xiao Hua that when he returns from the battle, this old man will reward him handsomely. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao was overjoyed, but he looked disappointed and sighed. If I had known, I would have asked Xiao Hua to come back. I will be the last to report. Ha! You don't have to be disappointed. Qian Lei laughed. Your Hepping is not stingy. When you return, there will be more rewards. With that, Qian Lei waved his sleeves and disappeared slowly. At this time, Qian Lei opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something. Because he had not reported to Qian Lei about the horrifying phoenix. Of course, the reason why he put it last and even hid it from Qian Lei was because he was afraid that Qian Lei would ask him about his negligence. Ha! That's enough. After Qian Lei disappeared, Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, the masters of the three sects are indeed wise. With the extra reward, our disciples will be able to kill Jian Xiu. Senior Qian Lei said that the rewards from Sky Patrol City will be great. I will send someone to inform Sky Patrol City now. Let's see what they will reward. On the surface, the crime of Tu Hong's assassination was still pinned on Qin Jian. Xiao Hua and the other two had killed Qin Jian. Even though Shui Yu's spiritual master knew this, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. The rewards would definitely be generous. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the disciple that Heng Ming sent to Sky Patrol City returned. Naturally, there was a Foundation establishment disciple from Sky Patrol City following behind him. This disciple brought a generous reward, but strangely he didn't bring any orders from Shui Yu Jinren, not even a verbal order. Heng Ming sneered in his heart. He even glanced at Li Zongbao. He knew that Tu Hong was not assassinated by Qin Jian, so how could Shuiyu Sage not know it? At this moment, Li Zongbao took the credit for killing Qin Jian on his shoulders. He had completely disrupted Shuiyu Enlightened Master's plan. It was already good enough that Shuiyu Enlightened Master was willing to give him a reward. Fellow Taoists, this old man will now issue an order to withdraw the #1 bounty on my head from the Great Tao Cultivator battle. Hung Li said loudly with a smile, his voice filled with pride. Thank you, Shuiyu Sage. Qian Mo and Gao Wei shouted. The others naturally agreed. Just as the Sky Patrol City's conference hall issued a reward to commend Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, the one who killed Qin Jian, was flying above the boundless snowfield. As he flew, he scanned the area with his Buddhist consciousness without any pattern. He became even more impatient. Damn it, isn't it in this direction? Why do I feel that something is wrong? What's so special about it? Where is the purple jasmine flower? Of course, Xiao Hua did not know what the purple jasmine flower looked like. He only found some information from Marshal Kuen's message talisman. However, at this moment, there were some slight ripples in the Buddha fire that had not reacted for a long time. These ripples were somewhat similar to when Zhong Haoren knelt on the mountain and begged Xiao Hua back in Zhongling Mountain Villa. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stunned and stopped. This feeling was not similar to the throbbing of the hand of karma. It was more appropriate to say that it was a sudden impulse. Why are there cultivators here? Just as Xiao Hua cautiously scanned the area with his Buddhist awareness, he found that there were several cultivators about 100 miles away. When Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness returned to where the cultivators were, his expression became even more wonderful. I knew it. My wife is here, how can this guy be far away? However, why are these two people here? Moreover, the two of them, their expressions are a little strange. Xiao Hua's face was filled with a look of understanding. Moreover, there was still some incredulity in his expression. His figure suddenly slowed down, and he used the hibernating thunder escape to fly 100 li away. 100 miles away, it was still a flat snowfield. However, there were some sparse vegetation on the snowfield. Although there were very few vegetation and the color was very light, almost all of it was grayish-white. There were only a few spots of green on the vegetation. However, it was still green. In this endless snowfield, there was a trace of vitality. Unfortunately, this vitality did not arouse the vitality of the world. Instead, above the vegetation, there were more than a dozen people with swords drawn. Their fierce auras were soaring to the sky and annihilated this trace of vitality. The dozen people were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by a dignified person with 2 or 3 arrogant and handsome disciples of the Huanhua sect. Who else could it be but Yun Jiechong? The other group was led by a middle-aged man who was not very tall but had a straight figure. He looked like he was the only one in the world and everyone else had to bow down to him. This person had a strong temperament and was very refined, but at this time, his eyes were filled with anger. Behind him were 4 young disciples. These disciples were dressed in clean clothes and their manners were slightly restrained. The anger in their eyes was even more intense. This refined and determined middle-aged man was none other than Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhong Haoren. However, Zhong Haoren was already at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the few young people near him were around the 10th layer of qi refining. As for the third group, there was only one person. Moreover, this person was a delicate female swordsman. She was also someone Xiao Hua was familiar with, Gu Yu of the Void Heaven Sword School. These 3 groups of people who had no connection with each other were unexpectedly gathered together. No wonder Xiao Hua was surprised. However, if Xiao Hua carefully looked, he would be able to see a palm-sized, pony-like thing above the snow region. He would not be so surprised. However, that thing was now stuck with a yellow talisman and lying motionlessly on the gray-white vegetation. How could Xiao Hua distinguish it? At this time, Yun Jiechong and Zhong Haoren were in a state of mutual hostility. However, Yun Jiechong was unarmed and coldly looked at Zhong Haoren with disdain. Moreover, his vigilant gaze occasionally passed over Zhong Haoren and fell on Gu Yu's body. Gu Yu's complexion was as usual. Although she was in a confrontation with the two groups of cultivators and was somewhat far away from them, it was obvious that she was somewhat close to Zhong Haoren. Gu Yu's pretty eyebrows did not reduce her beauty. Because she did not reveal her invisible sword, she gave people a feeling of pity. Fellow Taoist. Although Zhong Haoren was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he was not afraid in the face of Yun Jiechong, who was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still indifferently said, "This Zhong saw this Ganoderma horse, and the yellow talisman on its body was also struck by this Zhong. How could it now belong to fellow Taoist? Moreover, fellow Taoist indiscriminately attacked me with a magic tool. If this swordsman didn't block it, this Zhong would have already died. This Zhong really doesn't understand. In the eyes of cultivators, is a cultivator a fellow Taoist? Or is the swordsman a fellow Taoist?" After saying this, Zhong Haoren rushed towards Gu Yu and saluted, "Many thanks to Miss for upholding justice and saving me." However, Gu Yu did not pay attention to him and only looked at the two people vigilantly. Yun Jiechong sneered and said disdainfully, "Which sect are you a disciple of? Didn't you see I's Taoist robe? What reason does a disciple of my Huanhua sect need for something he wants?" When Zhong Haoren saw that Yun Jiechong was pointing at his sect, he could only reply, "Senior Martial Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, so this Zhong naturally knows. However, since Senior Martial Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you should have the demeanor of a big sect in the country of Xi. You shouldn't have competed with I. You shouldn't have attacked me without saying anything." "Hee," Yun Jiechong sneered. "Do you think that you, a cultivator at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, can capture this Ganoderma horse? Can your yellow talisman easily imprison the Ganoderma horse? Even so, fellow Taoist, you have to make it clear." Zhong Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly. He was really angry, but he still defended himself. "If this Zhong knew that there was something fishy about it, I would definitely return this Ganoderma horse." "Ha, I'm dying of laughter." Yun Jiechong laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth. He pointed with his hand and said, "If this Ganoderma horse fell into your hands, you would still take it out. Do you really think I'm a baby boy? Others don't know, but this Zhong would definitely return it." Zhong Haoren replied word by word. "Maybe." Yun Jiechong stopped laughing. He looked at Zhong Haoren from head to toe and said, "You see that I have the intention to kill you, but you are still defending yourself. If you are not pedantic, then you have other plans. Do you want to join forces with this swordsman?" Then Yun Jiechong came to his senses and said coldly, "Since you already know that I am a disciple of the Huanhua sect, why didn't you report your sect? Look, you are not wearing my cultivator's battle robe, and now you have the help of a swordsman from the Huan Kingdom. Do I still need to say it? You must be the spies of the Huan Kingdom swordsmen." After saying that, Yun Jiechong waved his hand and shouted, "Come on, disciples, take down these spies. No matter if they are dead or alive, this is all due to our efforts." Yes, the three disciples of the Huanhua sect received the order and clapped their hands. 3 magic treasures that were overflowing with brilliance flew into the air. Each of them reflected a multicolored light that was dozens of feet long. They swept up all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around them and smashed toward Zhong Haoren and the others with a faint roar. Among the 3 magic treasures, one was in the shape of a staff. In the multicolored light, the green wooden staff formed a wooden wave. The thumb-sized shadow of the staff hit Zhong Haoren and the chi refining disciple behind him. Chapter 25:55. The other magical weapon was a fist-sized fire pearl. Its brilliance was the brightest. Even in this extremely cold snowfield, it still emitted an orange-red brilliance that shot out about 10 feet. Within the brilliance, the 3 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren were shrouded in layers and layers of fire. The scorching heat that assaulted their faces caused the 3 aura refining disciples' expressions to greatly change. As for the third magic weapon, it was a scarlet-yellow silk ribbon. As it flew in the air, there were faint runes flowing on its surface. Following behind the fire bead, it resembled a spirit serpent, shrouding all four of them except for Zhong Haoren. Seeing that the three mid-foundation building cultivators had unexpectedly used rare magic weapons as soon as they attacked, and under their magic power, those magic weapons emitted a terrifying aura, Zhong Haoren and the other four aura refining disciples couldn't help but greatly change their expressions. Apart from Zhong Haoren, who had stepped into the foundation building realm, the other four were only in the aura refining realm. Not to mention three middle-stage foundation building cultivators using three magic weapons. Even if a middle-stage foundation building cultivator didn't use any magic weapons, Zhong Haoren and the other four aura refining disciples wouldn't be a match for them. However, as soon as the three magic weapons left their hands, they immediately displayed their might and simply smashed down without holding back. Aside from being alarmed, the five disciples could only clap their hands together and raise one hand. Unexpectedly, a dozen or so yellow talismans of various colors appeared in their hands, and in their other hands, several flying swords appeared. The swords flickered as they closely followed the yellow talismans and stabbed towards the three magic weapons that had already fallen several meters above their heads. Puff, puff. A dozen or so soft sounds rang out. The dozens of activated yellow talismans had just absorbed a small amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth when they were crushed by the brilliance of the magic weapons and turned into fragments that drifted down. As for the yellow talismans, they simply couldn't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Under the magic power of the aura refining disciples, they only flashed a faint brilliance before being annihilated. The intact yellow talismans were just like scrap paper that drifted in the air. When he looked at Zhong Haoren again, there was only a moment of panic on his face before his eyes flashed with determination. The flying sword in his hand turned into a rainbow as a sword beam pierced through the air towards the green staff shadow. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was actually very fast. The sword light only flashed for a moment before it pierced into the staff shadows. It sounded like it was piercing through bamboo. Nearly 40% of the staff shadows at the front of the green staff magic treasure were actually pierced by Zhong Haoren's flying sword and disappeared without a trace. Oh! The middle foundation establishment disciple of the Huanhua sect was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhong Haoren's flying sword to be so sharp. However, the sneer on the disciple's face became even more pronounced. The remaining shadows of the staff didn't stop. Pa pa! A series of sword cries rang out. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was struck and sent flying backwards. Not good. When Zhong Haoren saw the green staff suddenly emit a brilliance again, he immediately knew that things weren't good. He hurriedly formed an incantation to retrieve his flying sword. However, after the row of staff shadows fell, a thick shadow of the green staff emerged from the staff shadows. Boom! It smashed into the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword quickly converged. Then, with a crisp kacha sound, a wide crack appeared on the flying sword. It extended from the tip of the flying sword all the way to the end of the sword. Zhong Haoren's face suddenly burst into a bright red color. Then, the red color suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a deathly white color. The broken flying sword fell into the dust along with the dark red color on his face. Zhong Haoren was like this, so the flying swords of the other four aura refining disciples were not worth mentioning. Although half of the shadow of the green staff had been destroyed by Zhong Haoren, the remaining shadow hit another flying sword. The flying sword had just flown out when it was immediately knocked down. It simply didn't have any effect. As for the three flying swords under the fire bead, they were even more miserable than Zhong Haoren's flying sword. At the same time that the fire pearl struck down the two flying swords, the flames inside it emerged and enveloped the two flying swords. Seeing the flying swords being refined by the flames, the two aura refining disciples couldn't resist at all no matter how much magic power they channeled. The other flying sword was directly smashed by the fire bead. The aura refining disciple who had a primordial spirit connection with the flying sword directly collapsed on the snowy ground. The snake-like silk ribbon followed behind the fire bead. At this time, it was flashing with a clear blue brilliance. Countless light silks shrouded Zhong Haoren and the other 4 people, completely isolating the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A gradually shrinking force of imprisonment firmly bound the 5 people. Seeing that Zhong Haoren had actually taken out his flying sword, Yun Guicheng's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt. He turned to look at Gu Yu and said coldly, "Sure enough, as I expected, these are the spies of the sword cultivator. Why don't you surrender?" The corner of Gu Yu's mouth flashed a trace of a sneer. He waved his hand, and the flying sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced towards Yun Guicheng. This stream of light was like a fountain, transforming into countless thin sword lights in the air, covering his upper body. Every sword light flickered with a sharp and bright light, as if it could pierce through one's eyes. Yun Guicheng raised his head and roared. He clapped his hand and a semicircular magic weapon appeared in his hand. This semicircular magic weapon was very strange. It was orange-yellow in color, as if it was connected with a string of flames. When Yun Guicheng threw the magic weapon in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. The runes on the flames flowed, and the flames transformed into a dragon with a head and a tail. It was Su Yenyun's family heirloom, the dragon-driving hoop. "Go!" Yun Guicheng pointed his finger, and the dragon shape suddenly enlarged to the size of a few feet. However, the dragon shape did not fly straight, but circled around a circular area. Woo-woo, there was a sound, and the center of the dragon-driving hoop produced a great suction force, blocking in front of Yun Guicheng. Gu Yu's flying sword light fell into the hoop like a firefly flying into a flame, as if there was no resistance at all. A flying sword in the shape of a sharp cone gradually appeared in the center of the dragon-driving hoop. "Ha!" Yun Guicheng chuckled, but before he could laugh, his face became serious again. This was because Gu Yu, who was controlling the flying sword in the air just now, had disappeared from her original place. The way she disappeared was so strange and so sudden. It was as if she wasn't there at all. What is going on?" Yun Guicheng was surprised. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find out where Gu Yu had escaped to. But at this moment, an extremely sharp sword light appeared on Yun Guicheng's left shoulder. Yun Guicheng's protective brilliance flickered for a moment before it was immediately annihilated, and the sword light sank into his body. Blood light burst out along with the sword light. Yun Guicheng was shocked. He used his flying technique to quickly fly to the right. But how could his flying technique be compared to Gu Yu's? The sword light was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, and there was no sign of it being dodged. "Attack!" Yun Guicheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the dragon-driving hoop with his right hand. Roar! With a dragon roar, the illusory dragon expanded once again and charged towards Yun Guicheng's left arm. Above the dragon's head, a beam of light that resembled a sword shot into the air. The dragon-driving hoop was also very fast. The dragon shape fell a few feet in a moment, and Gu Yu's invisible sword could no longer pierce into Yun Guicheng's body. But with a wave of her hand, a piece of flesh fell from Yun Guicheng's arm, and blood immediately fell down. Boom! The dragon-repelling hoop and Gu Yu's flying sword collided. The dragon-repelling hoop slightly vibrated while Gu Yu's flying sword also flashed. Under the might of the dragon-repelling hoop, Gu Yu's figure also quietly flashed. Invisible sword? Seeing this, Yun Guicheng was shocked. Regardless of the injury on his left arm, he hurriedly pointed at the dragon-driving hoop. His spiritual power was activated again, and he fiercely flew toward the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. However, when the dragon-driving hoop flew past, there was no movement at all. Obviously, Gu Yu was no longer there. Not good. Yun Guicheng's thoughts turned very quickly. His whole body suddenly flew to the left, and he landed at the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. His right hand patted his forehead. Roar! A huge dragon roar came from Yun Guicheng's body. Then, the surface of Yun Guicheng's body flashed with crimson flames. As the flames burned, a fiery dragon 5 feet in size, like a huge coiled python, emerged. With the appearance of Yun Guichong's fiery dragon, a faint red color appeared in the surrounding area of dozens of feet. It seemed to be the brilliance of the fiery spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A faint blazing heat turned the snow and ice underground into flowing water in a moment. Withdraw, Yun Guichong stood in the air majestically. The wound on his left arm quickly healed. As Yun Guichong waved his hand, the dragon-driving hoop fell into his hand. Buzz, with a buzzing sound, the dragon-driving hoop in Yun Guichong's hand, without the activation of his spiritual power, increased by a few feet. The fierce dragon shape became even more ferocious. Go! Yun Guichong's eyes flashed red. He swung his right arm, and the dragon-driving hoop flashed brilliantly in the air. With a fierce force, it smashed somewhere in the air to the right. Boom! The brilliance in front of the dragon-driving hoop flashed, and a sword light appeared. It was the sword light that blocked the dragon-driving hoop. Then, the sword light flew up diagonally. Obviously, Gu Yu's invisible sword could not resist the great power of Yun Guichong's dragon-driving hoop. Where do you think you're going? Yun Guichong's body flashed with flames, and he rushed to the place where Gu Yu was sent flying. With the movement of Yun Guichong's body, the fiery dragon body also slowly moved. Woo! The dragon-driving hoop roared again. Gu Yu's invisible sword was forced out of its sword shape by Yun Guichong again. With the appearance of the invisible sword, Gu Yu's somewhat astonished face was revealed along with his barely stabilized body. Obviously, Gu Yu did not expect Yun Guichong to have such a powerful fiery dragon body. Moreover, Yun Guichong's strength had already exceeded the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Within the range of Yun Guichong's body, Gu Yu's biggest reliance was suddenly lost. Go! Since the invisible sword was useless, Gu Yu did not say anything. The flying sword in his hand flew out again. The small flying sword spun in the air, and countless white snowflakes gushed out. The sword light was the 6 petals of the snowflakes. The purity of ice and jade was Gu Yu's nobility. Chapter 2556. Haha, ignorant sword cultivator. Do you think that close combat is your world? Yun Guichong laughed without hesitation. He waved his hand and the dragon-repelling ring turned into a ring in front of him, generating a suction force to resist the sword light. The flame dragon's celestial body raised its head and roared. The faint red color around Gu Yu suddenly deepened. Wisps of red fire appeared and surrounded Gu Yu along with the sword intent. Gu Yu's body flashed with a white brilliance. While resisting the red fire, the fluttering snowflakes also melted in the blazing red fire. Why is this cultivator's celestial body so powerful? Gu Yu was shocked. It's even more terrifying than the terrifying phoenix. Moreover, this cultivator has the flame physique. In this area, my ice snow sword intent is restrained everywhere. Gu Yu thought. Seeing that the snowflakes melted by the red fire had already entered the invisible sword, she did not dare to hesitate. She hurriedly waved her hand and the invisible sword quickly fell into her hand. A burning sensation was transmitted from the invisible sword to her hand. Hiss! Gu Yu could not help but gasp again. Kill! Yun Guichong waved his hand as if commanding the 3 Huanhua sect disciples who had trapped Zhong Haoren and the other 4. At the same time, his flame dragon celestial body raised its head and roared. The dragon-repelling ring danced again and turned into a dragon rushing towards Gu Yu. How could Gu Yu not know that the situation was critical? She hurriedly urged the sword origin in her body. The sword light around her body also flashed rapidly. The invisible sword suddenly turned into a rainbow, carrying Gu Yu to rush out of the red fire area. Gu Yu knew that as long as she rushed out of this area, she would immediately become invisible. Yun Guichong and the others would not be able to find her. However, Yun Guichong's face showed a hideous smile. The red in his eyes became more intense. The red fire area around Gu Yu increased again and the flame became brighter. When the disciples of the Huanhua sect received Yun Jiechong's order, Without saying a word, one of the disciples formed an incantation gesture and trapped Zhong Haoren and the others. Another disciple who held a fire bead pointed his finger. The fire bead that had been suspended in midair suddenly enlarged, emitting countless sparks that were about to fall. At such a critical moment, Xiaohua still hasn't arrived at the scene. He can ignore Gu Yu's life and death, but Zhong Haoren has an old relationship with Xiaohua. Xiaohua even made a move on his path of growth. How could Xiaohua just ignore it? A powerful divine sense swept down from the sky and locked onto everyone. Then, a cold snort was heard. "How dare you?" Ah! This voice seemed to come from very far away, but in everyone's ears, it was extremely shocking. It was as if the voice was whispering into their ears, and they even felt a tremor coming from the bottom of their hearts. The fire pearl couldn't help but stop in midair. Yun Guichong's fire dragon celestial body also stopped quietly. The ferocious dragon lifted its head slightly and stared at the sky in the distance. There seemed to be an aura that terrified it. Yun Guichong raised his red eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome face. He was really looking in the same direction as the fire dragon celestial body. Yun Guichong had already sensed the strength of the divine sense and knew that the cultivation of the newcomer was extremely strong, but he still waved his hand and ordered. Yes. The disciple of the Huanhua sect hesitated for a moment and pointed his finger again. The fire bead flashed again and was about to be activated by the disciple's incantation. But at this moment, two green and red sword lights flashed from the sky thousands of feet away. These two sword lights interacted with each other and chased after each other. They were as fast as meteors, and the distance of thousands of feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, among the green and red, the dark red color was particularly enchanting. A kind of fear that made everyone's heart tremble shrouded the entire area. Roar! Yun Guichong's fire dragon celestial body was the first to realize that something was wrong. It raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire light red area was filled with brilliance, and the small fire light from before flashed again. Buzz! The two sword lights hummed together and suppressed the roar of the fire dragon celestial body. One sword light pierced toward the flashing fire bead, and the other toward the fire dragon celestial body. Boom! The green and red sword light in front of the head hit the fire bead first. The fire bead flashed with extremely bright brilliance, and then it was quickly annihilated. A hot and strong wave of air rushed out from the fire bead. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the fire bead. The crack spread rapidly and almost covered the entire surface of the fire bead. On the fire bead, a small flying sword flashed and appeared. Puff! The disciple who took out the fire bead spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was so weak that he was about to fall to the ground. Obviously, his primordial spirit was severely injured. Fortunately, the disciple next to him was quick enough to support him. As for the second green and red sword light, it fell directly in the light red area and pierced toward the fire dragon celestial body on top of Yun Guichong's head. In the light red area, the green sword light became brighter and brighter. It was like a bolt of lightning that split the light red area. Although the sword light was not as swift as before and seemed to have sunk into mud, the green light was still incomparably sharp and unstoppable. In a breath's time, it pierced through all obstacles and arrived in front of the fire dragon's celestial body. Along the way, all the bright crimson flames were cut apart by the sharp sword intent, and all the flames were extinguished like candles in the wind. Roar! The green and red sword light pierced into the fire dragon's celestial body. It seemed that the sword light went through it as if it was nothing, but the celestial body's shadow was wailing as if it had been seriously injured. Even Yun Guichong felt the throbbing deep in his heart. The fire dragon's celestial body could not hold on any longer and slowly disappeared into his body. With the disappearance of the fire dragon's celestial body, the light red area of more than 100 feet immediately disappeared. Gu Yu, who was trying her best to escape, became invisible in the light red area. Go! Yun Guichong did not hesitate. He pointed his finger at the dragon-repelling hoop that could not resist the sword light. The dragon circled around his body, and his body leaped into the air and flew toward one direction. The two uninjured Huanhua sect disciples were already frightened. When they heard Yun Guichong's order, they had already activated the flying technique to pull the seriously injured disciple. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, they followed Yun Guichong's back and fled. As for their magic weapons, they had already retracted the green and red sword light that broke the fire pearl before Yun Guichong's order could attack. It seemed that they were already prepared to escape. They knew that their magic weapons were no match for the green and red sword light. Of the two sword lights, one circled above the heads of Zhong Haoren and the others, protecting the five of them. The other sword light chased after them like a poisonous snake. However, it only chased for a few hundred feet before it flew back and quietly floated in the air. 1,000 feet away from the green and red sword light, Guyu revealed her figure. Her eyes were vigilant and puzzled as she looked at the small sword in the air. That invisible sword was still in her hand, and she did not relax at all. However, Guyu's divine sense had already swept out in the direction where the two sword lights came from. However, after such a long time, she still did not see any figure coming. She was frightened, and at the same time, there was a trace of expectation. A moment later, she saw a figure dressed in camouflage flying over from the distant sky. She could not see clearly whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator. However, Guyu had already distinguished from the divine sense that shrouded this place. This person who came from afar was definitely not a swordsman. Guyu hesitated for a moment and looked at the flying sword that was still in the air. At this time, there was no longer any evil spirit. The green and red sword light was restrained, like a small grass that grew there. Guyu's heart was slightly calmed. She put the invisible sword into her sleeve and quietly hid it. She stood in the air with her hands folded. As for Zhong Haoren and the others, they climbed up from the ground. They tidied up their robes and stood there respectfully, quietly waiting. The cultivator dressed in camouflage seemed to be flying very slowly. However, it seemed slow but was actually very fast. The distance of a few li was quickly covered. When the cultivator landed in the air, the two green and red flying swords flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator stretched out his hand and entered the swords. "Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives." Zhong Haoren and the others could not distinguish the cultivator's face. However, they knew that he was at least a Jindan Senior. How could they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly bowed and saluted. They also reported their names. In addition to Zhong Haoren, the other 4 10th level Qi refining disciples were also from Zhongling Mountain Village. The cultivator dressed in camouflage was naturally Xiaohua. "And you all get up." Xiaohua's voice was somewhat ethereal. It was impossible to tell whose voice it was. "What is going on? Why did the Huanhua sect disciple kill you all just now?" Seeing that the camouflage cultivator did not ask the distant Guyu, but instead asked him first, Zhong Haoren hurriedly took a few steps forward and explained the sequence of events. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, "Junior naturally did not know that the Ganoderma horse had been injured by the Huanhua sect disciple. I only thought that it was Junior's doing. If the Huanhua sect disciple had examined the Ganoderma horse with me, I would have definitely returned the Ganoderma horse to them. However, I did not expect that they would use a magic weapon to kill me. If it were not for that girl, I would have already died. Moreover, they knew that I was a disciple of the Dao sect, yet they still wanted to accuse me of a crime and kill me. Nothing more than taking a fancy to this Ganoderma horse." Xiaohua glanced at the Ganoderma horse imprisoned by the confinement talisman and said coldly, "This Ganoderma horse is at least a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. Moreover, because of the special spiritual energy in the place, it can form a weak spiritual intelligence. It is beneficial to the cultivation of swordsmen and cultivators. How could they not be jealous?" Speaking up to here, Xiaohua slanted his eyes at Zhong Haoren and said, "This Ganoderma horse is already in your hands, can you still return it to them? Not to mention the Huanhua sect disciple, even this old man, doesn't believe it." Zhong Haoren's expression was calm as he said with a smile, "There are countless strange objects in the world, and the ones that can help this junior's cultivation are even more numerous. However, these strange objects are born from heaven and earth, and are nurtured by heaven and earth. They are not this junior's personal belongings. If this junior is fated to obtain them, then it is this junior's fortune. If this junior is not fated to obtain them, then it is also this junior's fortune. This junior only takes what belongs to this junior, and is not willing to sully this junior's cultivation with other people's belongings. Chapter 25:57. Hee, who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Xiaohua praised in his heart, but then he sneered, "You go and see if that Ganoderma horse is injured. If it is, then it belongs to Huanhua sect and not you." Yes, this junior understands. Zhong Haoren's expression was very indifferent. He waved his hand and the Ganoderma horse fell into his hand. After he scanned it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, "Senior, this Ganoderma horse really has a wound from a fire-type magic weapon. I'm afraid it was done by Huanhua sect disciples just now. This thing was not made by this junior alone. Senior, please deal with it." Seeing Zhong Haoren respectfully hand it over, Xiaohua rolled up his sleeve and the Zoisha horse disappeared without a trace. As for the 4 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren, their eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but they immediately disappeared without a trace. "What are you looking at?" Xiaohua turned his head and looked at Guyu, who was 100 feet away, and said coldly, "Now is the time of the war between Dao cultivators. As a cultivator, it's normal for me to kill you. If Senior wanted to kill this junior, why wait until now?" Guyu was not afraid. He raised his head and replied, "Moreover, Senior is at least a middle gold core stage cultivator. Can you kill this junior without caring about your face?" Xiaohua quietly stood in the air, seemingly thinking about something, but after a moment, he laughed again. "Haha, you're right. Why didn't this senior take advantage of the situation to kill you just now? Now that you ask these questions again, who wouldn't answer?" Until he heard this sentence, Gu Yu's heart fell to the ground. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." At this time, Gu Yu also bowed and thanked him. "No need to thank me." Xiaohua waved his hand. This senior was just doing it casually. However, this senior is also a bit strange. "You, a swordsman, why did you suddenly help these Zhongling Mountain Village disciples? Could it be that you have a relationship with Zhongling Mountain Village?" "Senior," Gu Yu whispered, "this junior doesn't know about Zhongling Mountain Village, nor do I know these cultivators. I was just passing by and saw Huanhua sect disciples attacking them. I felt it was unfair, so I helped." That's strange. Xiaohua felt a little strange, but he immediately thought of the inexplicable words that Gu Yu had said in the 7 Extremes mountain range. Thus, he asked, "This old man saw that you were using the formless sword. Are you the formless sword Gu Yu that was widely rumored in the great battle?" When Gu Yu heard this, her face changed greatly. Biting her lips, she nodded and said, "Junior is indeed Gu Yu." Junior didn't think that Senior would actually know Junior's name. "You don't have to be afraid." Xiaohua said, "Even though this old man hates sword cultivators, I also know that some sword cultivators are of noble character. This old man will definitely not bully the weak." "Thank you, Senior. However, according to what I know, the invisible sword has killed many Foundation establishment cultivators with the invisible sword. She seems to be a vicious and merciless swordswoman. How come you actually saved several Qi refining cultivators today?" Xiaohua asked very strangely. "This..." Gu Yu hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "It's not that Junior is unwilling to tell Senior the reason, but it involves Junior's privacy, so forgive Junior for not being able to explain in detail." "Say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." Xiaohua nodded. "I'll let Senior know," Gu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Junior participated in the Dao Cultivator War, and just like Senior said, I was ruthless. Whenever I encountered a cultivator, I wouldn't let them go. Junior even led a group of my Void Heaven Sword School's Bright Sword disciples to ambush and kill all the cultivators I encountered. However, not long ago, when Junior was killing a cultivator, he actually saw through my weakness and cut off Junior's right arm in one fell swoop, taking Junior's invisible sword away. However, when Junior was disheartened and was waiting for that cultivator to kill Junior, that cultivator actually did something that Junior couldn't even dream of. He actually returned Junior's arm and invisible sword to Junior. Not only that, but he also put a rare immortal pill into Junior's mouth. If it weren't for that immortal pill, Junior's arm wouldn't have recovered so quickly and so well. Since then, Junior realized that cultivators are far from the rumors of my sword domain swordsman. They are all shameless people who love to kill. Junior even thought about it carefully and felt that this Dao cultivator war was really boring. Whether it is a swordsman or a cultivator, they are all cultivators and should focus on cultivation. These killings can only affect one's sword heart and Dao heart, and can only be obstacles on our path of cultivation. All the cultivators and swordsmen who participated in the war were chess pieces in the hands of nascent soul cultivators and sword transformation cultivators. They are all innocent and should not die. Therefore, Junior made an oath to never kill a cultivator in the war. Unless that cultivator wants to take Junior's life. Guyu said without concealing anything. It seemed that this thing that others thought was inconceivable was very common in her eyes. What? There is actually such a strange thing? Even Xiao Hua, the instigator, was shocked when he heard Guyu's words. That day when he returned the invisible sword to Guyu, it was purely a kind of instinct. To put it bluntly, that was the true nature of a man. Seeing a woman who met his eyes, that kind of care from the bottom of his heart, a kind of unbearable disturbance. Moreover, at that time Xiao Hua ruthlessly chopped off Guyu's arm. It was simply a kind of blasphemy to Guyu's beauty. Xiao Hua naturally gave Guyu a Wu Song pill, hoping that it could compensate him for destroying a kind of beauty. However, Xiao Hua never thought that his Wu Song pill was different from the rest. In the eyes of sword cultivators who lacked medicinal pills, to say that it was an immortal pill, it was absolutely not inferior. Guyu had already raised Xiao Hua's seemingly casual action to a certain height, even to the extent that she obtained the principle of compassion for the world. It couldn't be said that Guyu's thinking was right. However, in this dangerous battle, even Qin Jian was killed by Xiao Hua. Guyu was just a little drawing swordsman. How much certainty did she have to protect herself? Such a delicate and pretty girl with such noble and pure thoughts in her heart, in the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators were fighting, I'm afraid only death awaits her? Little girl. Xiao Hua sighed. That cultivator may not be as kind as you think. Perhaps he is drooling over your beauty. Guyu's face blushed as she lowered her head and said, that cultivator is our swordsman's great enemy. The bounty offered by the sword transformation masters is extremely heavy. How could he possibly covet this Junior? Xiao Hua, who was under the bewilderment, was extremely embarrassed. He merely spoke casually and even wanted to change some of Guyu's meaningless good thoughts. However, Guyu actually asked and didn't answer. What great enemy? No matter how he listened, it didn't seem to be an answer to Xiao Hua's question. In this way, Xiao Hua had some suspicions of ambiguity. If it was before, he could still lift the bewilderment, but now it was absolutely impossible. Cough cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice and didn't know what to say. After thinking hard for a while, he said, Guyu, your good heart is also what we swordsmen think. But since it was sword cultivators who started the war, we cultivators can't not fight. This old man is very gratified to be able to see such a righteous swordsman like you. Moreover, this old man also hopes that there will be more and more swordsmen like you. This way, this kind of meaningless war won't continue. Not only swordsmen, even us cultivators won't have to die here for no reason. AI, it's difficult. Guyu sighed and didn't say much. According to what this old man knows, that female sword cultivator called Zhang Yutong has already returned to Huan country. Moreover, she wasn't captured by our Dao sect cultivators. If there are no accidents, she will have some influence on this war, right? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and said, Is that so? Guyu was startled. A trace of surprise flashed through her lively eyes as she said curiously, "This junior has never heard of such a thing." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It had been a long time since he met Zhang Qingxiao. How could Zhang Yutong not have arrived at the Clear Sword sect? Moreover, with Zhang Qingxiao's ability, how could there be any accidents on the way? Perhaps Zhang Yutong has returned to my sword domain, but there is still no news of Zhang Yuha. The Clear Sword sect won't let this matter go? Gu Yu hesitated for a moment and almost blurted it out. But after saying that, she was shocked. Even if it was her fellow disciple, she couldn't casually say such words. How could she easily believe the other party now? Although the other party had just saved her, he was after all a Dao sect cultivator. "Senior, thank you for saving my life. If Senior doesn't have any other instructions, this junior will take her leave." Gu Yu didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly bowed. "And it's nothing." Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said with a smile, "However, this old man still wants to ask. What are your plans now? Why did you suddenly fly here?" Gu Yu really wanted to fly away, but after hearing Xiao Hua's question, she had to stop and say with an apologetic smile, "This junior fought in the 7 Extremes mountain range. I didn't even use my sword, but my sword cultivator was defeated. A swordsman blamed this junior, but my fellow disciple couldn't protect this junior, so I had to, this old man understands." Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that Gu Yu's independence had been rejected by the sword cultivators, so he couldn't help but feel pity for her. This junior wants to come to the sword tomb to see the gorgeous purple jasmine flowers. Then, I will return to the Void Heaven Sword School and concentrate on cultivation. I will no longer pay attention to this meaningless battle. Gu Yu said, sighed, and flew away again. "Little girl, wait a moment." Xiao Hua hurriedly called out when he heard that Gu Yu wanted to go to the sword tomb. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" Gu Yu had no choice but to stop again. "Where is the sword tomb?" If Xiao Hua wasn't embarrassed before, he really wanted to go with Gu Yu. At least he wouldn't get lost. But how could he invite a beauty to go with him? "Senior wants to go to the sword tomb?" Gu Yu was somewhat curious, but seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer, she pointed to the north. There was indeed a lot of deviation from the direction Xiao Hua was flying in. In fact, the sword tomb is not the name of a place, but a large area. Senior only needs to fly straight to the north. You don't need a specific location. Plus, they're within 1,000 miles. The blood of cultivators and swordsmen is everywhere. Who knows how many lives have been lost? Chapter 2558. At this point, Gu Yu hesitated a little and reminded, "However, the sword tomb is not suitable for cultivators to go. If Senior goes there, you have to be careful. And this old man knows." Xiao Hua nodded. "Then this junior will take her leave." Gu Yu urged the flying sword again. "Wait." Xiao Hua's mind moved and said urgently. Gu Yu frowned, but she didn't dare to flare up. She only asked, "Does Senior have any other instructions?" This old man wants to ask, "You blocked Huan Hua Sec's magic weapon. Do you have other thoughts?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. This. Gu Yu didn't understand. Xiao Hua was wearing a camouflage robe, so Gu Yu didn't know where he was looking. This junior really doesn't have other thoughts. Gu Yu shook her head. "Then the Ganoderma horse?" Xiao Hua pointed his hand and asked, "You don't have any thoughts?" "Hehe, thank you Senior for reminding me." Gu Yu smiled sweetly and innocently. Junior indeed didn't think so much at that time. But if Senior wants to bestow a reward, it would be impolite for this junior to refuse. This item is also beneficial to my sword cultivation. Yes, now the Ganoderma horse was in Xiao Hua's hands. Xiao Hua mentioned it at this time. Of course he has the intention to reward her. "Can the Ganoderma horse be eaten directly?" Xiao Hua asked. "Or does your sword cultivation have a special secret technique?" Gu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior's idea is wrong. This junior needs this Ganoderma horse to refine pills or make medicine. Eating it alone is not good. It's even a waste of natural resources." Xiao Hua hesitated. There were many spiritual herbs in his space. Not to mention 10,000 years old, 100,000 years old, 200,000 years old, but these spiritual herbs didn't have any spiritual wisdom. He was somewhat reluctant to destroy this Ganoderma horse. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Gu Yu immediately understood and smiled apologetically. Senior only needs to bestow some juice, there's no need to take the Ganoderma horse's life. Good. Xiao Hua also understood and was about to take out the Ganoderma horse, but his heart was moved again. He turned his head and asked Zhong Haoren, when you use the Ganoderma horse, is it also the same? Alright, I'll let Senior know. Zhong Haoren listened for a long time. When he heard Xiao Hua suddenly ask him this question, he immediately bowed and said, that is indeed the case. One of Junior's senior apprentice sisters. Previously, due to a lucky coincidence, she obtained a heaven mend pill. Relying on this spirit pill, she reached foundation establishment in one fell swoop, and her cultivation base was extremely fast. Junior and the others obtained a pill formula that can be used to refine a different type of spirit pill. Although this spirit pill can't compare to the heaven mend pill, for us. No need to say any more. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at Gu Yu. What Zhong Haoren said, do you know? Yes, this Junior understands. Gu Yu's eyes lit up as if she understood something from Xiao Hua's words. She hurriedly nodded and said, although the Dao Sex Heaven Mending Pill is used to mend meridians, it is also extremely beneficial to the physique of us sword cultivators. Even if this Junior took the juice of the Ganoderma horse, the medicinal pill refined would still be inferior to the Heaven Mending Pill. If Senior has a medicinal pill similar to the Heavenly Mending Pill, Junior can refuse the Ganoderma horse as a reward. Ah, what a smart lass. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and threw it to Gu Yu. This old man had just thought of it and you could already sense it. You are indeed a dragon among sword cultivators. Many thanks, Senior. Gu Yu received the jade bottle and was extremely excited. She hurriedly thanked him, but when she opened the jade bottle, she frowned again. This ugly pill was a far cry from the heavenly mending pill that she knew of. However, the runes on the medicinal pill had a faint brilliance and its essence was so restrained. It made her intuition tell her that this medicinal pill was not ordinary. Ha, little lass, if you don't want it, then this old man will not give it to you. Xiao Hua laughed heartily when he saw the situation. This old man saw your benevolent heart and also saved the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciple. That's why I gave this item to you. Gu Yu was enlightened and no longer hesitated. She hurriedly kept the jade bottle and bowed. This Junior thanks Senior for the generous gift. This Junior has obtained this medicinal pill. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will definitely remember today's matter and also remember this Junior's oath. Good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the heavenly Tao is in the human heart. Whatever you say, the heavenly Tao is listening. You have a kind heart and the heavenly Tao is kind. This is the will of the heavens. You don't have to thank me. Yes, this Junior understands. This Junior will take her leave. Gu Yu said goodbye again. Right? Xiao Hua patted his forehead again. Gu Yu did not frown this time. She was very happy and laughed. Senior, do you have any other instructions? It turned out that when Gu Yu said goodbye, her figure did not move. She seemed to know that Xiao Hua would speak again. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed again. He patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. Little lass and this old man are fated. This item is for you. However, do not mention it to others. What is this? Gu Yu took the jade bottle. It was another ugly medicinal pill. She really did not understand. Face-retaining pill. Xiao Hua knew that Gu Yu might not know about the auction in Sky Patrol City. He could only transmit his voice. What? This is a face-retaining pill? As calm as Gu Yu, when she heard that she had a face-retaining pill in her hand, she also exclaimed. She had long lost her usual calmness. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He transmitted his voice to her. Wasn't it to let her keep quiet? Even if there were only Zhong Haoren and the other 4 people around, this face-retaining pill was very likely to be related to the rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua did not want to leave any clues behind. And this is the item. Xiaohua said with a smile. This old man was in Tongmu City more than 10 years ago. I competed with the people and bid for this item. However, this old man has no use for it. Today I will give it to you. Alas, youth is fleeting, brilliance is hard to stay. I hope this little lass can stay pure forever. Many thanks, senior. Gu Yu's face was slightly red. However, the shyness in her eyes could not suppress the surprise in her eyes. If Xiaohua and the others were not here, she was afraid that she would have swallowed it in one gulp. All right, little lass, you can go now. Xiaohua saw that Gu Yu actually stopped in midair and still did not leave. He said with a smile, this old man does not have any more good things here. Yes, this junior is truly grateful to senior. Only I do not know. Gu Yu summoned up her courage and said, only, I do not know if senior can bestow a name. Obviously, Gu Yu was truly grateful. No need. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, not transmitting his voice, you and I have met by chance. Moreover, there is a difference between Dao and sword. I am afraid that we will not meet again in the future. Whether or not I know your name has nothing to do with it. Gu Yu's face was full of disappointment. Biting her lips, Xiaohua's unusually young face inexplicably appeared in her mind. It seemed that from the moment she saw his battle, the trajectory of her life had already changed. These words, even if it was said by Xiaohua, it was also extremely appropriate. This junior is leaving. Gu Yu hesitated. She was about to urge her body to leave, as if she was expecting Xiaohua to call her again. Be careful on the road. Xiaohua no longer spoke to urge her to stay. Many thanks, senior. Gu Yu's face showed a trace of disappointment. I forgot. Just as Gu Yu flew for about 10 feet, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the ground where Zhong Haoren's flying sword was destroyed by the Huanhua sect disciple. Suddenly, his heart moved and he hurriedly said, little girl, please wait. Yes, senior. Do you have any other orders? Gu Yu cheerfully flew back. Unexpectedly, she was extremely happy. The last sentence. Xiaohua pointed his finger at Zhong Haoren and said, this is Zhong Haoren from Zhongling Mountain Village. You two meeting today can be considered as fate. Moreover, this old man observed that Zhong Haoren also practiced flying swords. If there is any opportunity in the future, you two can learn from each other. How about it? Gu Yu's face showed slight astonishment. There was also a trace of disappointment. Looking left and right at the 5 people, she nodded and said, since this is senior's order, if there is an opportunity in the future, this junior can give some guidance. Mrs. Life-Saving Grace, this Zhong will never forget it. How could Zhong Haoren not understand? He hurriedly bowed and said, however, this Zhong's cultivation is shallow and it is difficult to repay. Now I can only remember it in my heart and hope that there will be an opportunity in the future to repay. No need. Gu Yu flicked her sleeve and said, this senior has already repaid the favor of saving you all. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can come to the Void Heaven Sword School. This sword will definitely fulfill her promise to the senior. Immediately, Gu Yu looked at Xiaohua and said, this junior will be leaving now, and Xiaohua smiled and said, this old man has nothing else to do. Little girl, quickly go back. Sure enough, this time, Gu Yu flew for several hundred zhang. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't call for her, Gu Yu had no choice but to urge her invisible sword to quickly fly away. Junior Zhong Haoren once again thanked senior. After Gu Yu left, Zhong Haoren knew that a mere sword cultivator could obtain so many benefits from this senior. He and the others were cultivators of the Dao sect, so how could they not benefit from this senior? He immediately bowed and thanked him again. The 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples also hurriedly bowed. Strange. Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked, Haoren, this Xiao remembers that you didn't practice flying swords before? Why did you suddenly use a flying sword? Ah? When Zhong Haoren heard Xiaohua address him so intimately, he was already greatly alarmed. When Xiaohua addressed himself as the Xiao, he almost cried tears of joy. With a voice of disbelief, he called out, Xiao? Martial Uncle Xiao? Nonsense, of course it's the Xiao. As Xiao Hua spoke, he removed the mist and said with a smile, that sword cultivator was here just now. This Xiao didn't dare to be too ostentatious. Who would have thought that when Xiao Hua revealed his true face, without waiting for Zhong Haoren to speak, those 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes emitted a crazed expression. Plop, 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 4 times in a row, the 4 of them actually all knelt on the ground and said with their heads bowed, this lowly one, cows to Taoist Xiao. So much so that a slightly younger disciple was practically clenching his fist. His body was trembling as he shouted somewhat hysterically, this lowly one was able to see Taoist Zhao's true face in this lifetime. Even if this lowly one dies today, I have no regrets. Another disciple also shouted, this lowly one was just silently calling Taoist Zhao's name in my heart, and Taoist Xiao immediately flew over to save this lowly one. Taoist Xiao is indeed a supreme Taoist. Where did this all come from? Xiao Hua saw the 4 people lose their composure like this and was startled in his heart. He then bitterly smiled and looked at Zhong Haoren. Haoren, what's going on? Chapter 2559. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't use the title of Taoist Master Xiao much. Apart from Zhang Qingxiao, he only used it in Zhongling Villa. Only Zhong Haoren could explain this. Who would have thought that Zhong Haoren was also shocked? He also looked at the 4 people strangely, not knowing why they worshipped Xiao Hua so much. As for Xiao Hua's question, Zhong Haoren could only smile bitterly and answer awkwardly, reporting to Martial Uncle Xiao, this junior really doesn't know. However, from their tone, I'm afraid they know about Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds. Moreover, all the people of Yunqing, Jiqing, Fanqing and other places in Meng country are indebted to Martial Uncle Zhao's grace. At this point, Zhong Haoren's heart moved and he said with pleasant surprise, Junior understands. These aura refining disciples are indebted to Martial Uncle. Is that so? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. When he was in the barren mountains of Meng country, he saw the desolation and discovered the fine seeds. Then he spread the fine seeds throughout the 3 countries and saved countless people. However, based on this matter, it had only been 10 years, right? Those children couldn't have cultivated to the 10th layer of aura refining all of a sudden, right? If that was the case, Xiao Hua would have eaten it himself. Why would he need to work so hard? All of you get up. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, hinting the 4 disciples to get up from the ground. As for the 4 disciples, except for their loss of composure when they first saw Xiao Hua, they didn't even dare to say a word. They only looked at Xiao Hua respectfully and listened to Xiao Hua ask Zhong Haoren. At this moment, hearing Xiao Hua's command, the 4 hurriedly got up and stood with their hands hanging down. Their eyes were filled with worship. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. Just now, all of his words were directed at Zhong Haoren. These disciples didn't dare to interrupt him and simply wouldn't answer. If he were to ask them, he would have already known the answer. What's your name? Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the slightly tall disciple with extremely dark skin. This junior is Fei Yunshu. The disciple was extremely respectful. He didn't slack off just because he had already introduced himself and answered word by word. Oh, so you're a disciple of Fan City's Fei family. Xiao Hua nodded. Taoist master knows. Fei Yunshu replied. Xiao Hua glanced at Zhong Haoren. He had killed Fei Xiqing at Zhongling Mountain Villa that day, but he had let Qin Kai go. As for whether the Fei family of Ji City belonged to Zhongling Mountain Villa or Qin Kai, or whether Qin Kai had been destroyed and the Qin family of Fan City had been swallowed into Zhongling Mountain Villa, he was too lazy to ask. How do you know this Zhao's appearance, or are you so respectful towards this Xiao? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Fei Yunshu's face lit up with excitement, and he replied respectfully, this humble one has a statue of Taoist Xiao in his home. Although the statue's carving isn't detailed enough, this little brother can recognize the real person at a glance. This time, when I return home, I must carve the statue more vividly. At home? Xiaohua frowned. Yes, this humble one is a distant relative of the Fei family. That year, during the Great Wilderness, this humble one was sent out and didn't know that there was a disaster at home. When this humble one returned home and saw that the road was barren, I was already flustered. I thought that I would never see the 37 members of my family again. However, when this humble one finally managed to return home, I discovered that everyone in the family had eaten Taoist Zhao's rice during the disaster. That was how they survived. Every single one of them kowtowed to Taoist Zhao's statue in the morning and at night, offering incense to the statue. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, Fei Yunshu, you've already refined qi, why is your family still so poor? I'll let Taoist Zhao know. Fei Yunshu replied without hesitation. This humble one had only just reached the third layer of qi refining at that time, and could only enter the Fei family. Besides, our blood relations with the Fei family were too distant. This humble one had already spent a lot of money to enter the Fei family, and this humble one couldn't cultivate, so he couldn't help the family much. What? You were only at the third layer of qi refining at that time? Not only was Xiaohua flabbergasted, even Zhong Haoren was shocked. It had only been a dozen years, and this Fei Yunshu had actually cultivated from the third layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining. How could this be? This Fei Yunshu was a cultivation genius. This was all thanks to Taoist Zhao's great kindness. Fei Yunshu said anxiously, this humble one's aptitude wasn't good at that time. Even in the Fei family, I was only a third-rate cultivator. However, when this humble one returned home and saw that not only was everyone in the family alive, but there were also a few of my nephews with excellent aptitudes, an idea came to my mind. When this humble one heard my family's gratitude to Taoist Zhao, this humble one knelt in front of Taoist Zhao's statue and prayed. As a result, this humble one received Taoist Zhao's guidance. Under the condition of fasting, this humble one ate the Taoist Zhao's immortal seeds. Thus, this humble one's cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks, and I cultivated all the way to the 10th layer of qi refining. Ah? There's such a thing? Xiaohua was stunned again. Yes, this humble one didn't dare to say too much about this matter. If this humble one didn't see Taoist Zhao in person today, this humble one definitely wouldn't have revealed it. Fei Yunshu's eyes fell on Xiaohua, ignoring Zhong Haoren and the others. Xiaohua looked at the other three people. Their eyes were flickering with fanaticism, as if they were extremely respectful towards Xiaohua. Thus he asked, what about the three of you? This humble one's name is Zhong Pei, a distant branch of the Zhong family. A slightly pale disciple with delicate features hurriedly replied, this humble one's family isn't as poor as junior martial brother Fei's family. My family didn't worship Taoist Zhao before. However, this humble one was seriously injured and was stranded in the wilderness. There were some commoners there who worshipped Taoist Zhao. This humble one ate Taoist Zhao's immortal seeds, and my injuries were greatly healed. Even my cultivation had a breakthrough. Thus, this humble one asked for Taoist Zhao's statue from the commoners and hid it close to my body. Every day, I would worship it and eat a lot of rice. Thus, this humble one's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. As he spoke, he carefully took out a silk ribbon from his neck. Sure enough, there was a small person inside. Looking at his appearance, his phoenix eyes and sword-like eyebrows were indeed somewhat similar to Xiaohua's. Granny, is this young master really that godly? Xiaohua pinched his nose. It was very strange. He really didn't think that the rice he planted in his space could actually have such an effect. You two are waiting for? Xiaohua asked again. He knew that if he didn't ask, they definitely wouldn't say anything. This humble one is Qin Ji. I live in Jiqing, but I'm not related to the Qin family by blood. Another extremely simple and honest disciple said, this humble one's experience is similar to that of senior brother Fei. However, the difference is that this humble one went home to visit his family and saw that his nephew was only 4 years old. He could actually understand the qi refining method that this humble one accidentally obtained. He could even easily draw qi into his body. However, When this humble one recommended this nephew to Jiqing, the martial uncle who tested his physique said that this nephew's aptitude was not good enough and he couldn't cultivate. Thus, this humble one asked someone to let this nephew enter Zhongling Mountain Village. Finally, this humble one found the miracle of Taoist Xiao in his home. It turned out that this nephew was born after his sister used Taoist Zhao's immortal seed. This humble one tried to use the immortal seed and worship Taoist Xiao. This humble one understands. Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, then, what about the other nephews in your family? This humble one has 2 nephews. Although they are very smart, they don't seem to have an immortal fate like this nephew. Qinji said without hiding anything. What about you? Xiao Hua looked at the last disciple, who was a little short and fat. This humble one's name is Zhongzhan. The disciple's face was a little red as he whispered, this humble one has always been bad at fasting and often takes secular things from time to time. Later, this humble one was also curious. After taking Taoist Zhao's immortal seed, my cultivation improved greatly. Only then did I really worship Taoist Xiao. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, waved his hand and said, this humble one's giving of good seeds is the virtue of the heavens. The heavens borrowed this humble one's hand to save the common people. You all have this opportunity and can see the way to progress. It is also the will of the heavens. This has nothing to do with this humble one. Fellow Taoists worshipping this humble one like this really makes this humble one panic. Taoist Xiao. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zhong Haoren was a little puzzled. However, the faces of Zhongzhan and the others changed greatly. With a few putong sounds, they fell to the ground again and anxiously said, Taoist Xiao, are you despising this humble one? If Taoist Xiao thinks that we shouldn't cultivate and shouldn't have this opportunity, then this humble one will cripple our cultivation. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand and used heaven and earth in the sleeve to cover the 4 people. He was really afraid that these 4 people would suddenly attack and scatter his magic power. This humble one only thinks that this humble one has only done some extremely insignificant things for the sake of the heavens. If other ordinary people mistakenly think that this humble one is some Taoist Xiao, then so be it. After all, they don't know the truth. Xiao Hua patiently explained, but fellow Taoists have already stepped into the 10th level of qi refining, and foundation establishment is just around the corner. And this humble one is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If I were to be worshipped by you all, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of others? Taoist Xiao is lacking. Fei Yunshu was the most devout. Now that he saw Xiao Hua deny him, he couldn't help but become anxious and argued, if Taoist Xiao is a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could you easily drive away a middle-stage foundation establishment Huanhua sect disciple? How could you make the sword cultivators of Huan country be respectful to you? Besides, when this humble one saw that danger was imminent, I immediately prayed for Taoist Xiao in my heart. And Taoist Xiao immediately drove his sword over. If this isn't the power of a Taoist Xiao, then what is it? Right, senior martial brother Fei is right. Qinji also kowtowed and said, this humble one also prayed just now, hoping that Taoist Xiao would be able to rescue this humble one from the hands of these vicious Huanhua sect disciples. And if Taoist Xiao really did come, this humble one will no longer worship Taoist Xiao in the future. How can I be worthy of Taoist Xiao's rescue? This humble one can't control what others think. Fei Yunshu said sincerely, this humble one's family of dozens of people worship Taoist Xiao in order to survive. Not allowing this humble one to worship you is impossible. Taoist Xiao. Hearing this, Zhong Haoren also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, others don't know Taoist Xiao's divine ability, but how could this humble one not know? Actually, this humble one was also silently praying in his heart. When Taoist Xiao appeared just now, this humble one already had some premonition in his heart. However, to be honest with Taoist Xiao, this humble one really didn't dare to believe it just now. After all, this is too miraculous. But now, It seems that this humble one and the other's piety was able to summon Taoist Shao. In the future, this humble one will also be like them, worshipping Taoist Shao in my heart. Chapter 2560. Haoran, Xiaohua was suddenly pushed to the altar by others. He felt somewhat uncomfortable and said with a bitter smile, "Don't you feel that worshipping a cultivator with a similar cultivation level as you is very unnatural? Moreover, no matter how high this Zhao's cultivation level is in the future, you will still have the opportunity to cultivate to this Zhao's current cultivation level, or even surpass this Xiao. At that time, will others also have to worship you?" Taoist Xiao. Zhong Haoran said sincerely, "This lowly one has cultivated to this point completely by relying on Taoist Zhao's strength. This lowly one knows that without Taoist Xiao, this lowly one would still be a qi refining cultivator and would absolutely have no chance to set foot into foundation establishment. Not only that, even if this lowly one has Taoist Zhao's cultivation level, this lowly one does not have Taoist Zhao's heart, does not have the compassion of the world, and does not have the magical ability to save thousands of people from water and fire. Therefore, this lowly one can say that in this world, only Taoist Xiao can worship, even if Taoist Xiao is only a foundation establishment cultivator. As for other cultivators, even if they are nascent soul cultivators, they are only our teachers, not the Taoist we should worship." Taoist Xiao. Qin Ji and Fei Yunshu shouted, "Please accept this lowly one's worship." Unfortunately, these four people were restrained by Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. Although they could speak, they could not worship him. Hearing the words of the five people, Xiaohua's heart was also shaken. The Buddhist fire in his Buddhist heart flickered slightly, seemingly echoing. Could it be that this is really a magical ability? After Xiaohua sensed it, he was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Damn it, if this young master continues to refuse, this young master will really be suspected of selling dog meat under a sheep's head. If this young master did not want to have a false reputation, this young master would not have mentioned his name when the people of the secular world wanted to worship him. Even when the Zhongling mountain villa and the heavenly demon sect scattered spirit seeds everywhere, this young master would not have mentioned his name. Now that Taoist Zhao's name has been spread out, and there really are people coming to worship this young master has to pretend to push them out. Is this interesting? Forget it. Xiaohua made a decision. He immediately waved his Taoist robe and laughed loudly. This Xiao is wrong. The human heart is the most back. The common people are the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao wants to borrow this young master's hand to save the common people, this young master. What's the harm? Thank you, spiritual master Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua agree, Zhong Haoran and the others were overjoyed. They kowtowed 9 times before standing up. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out 5 jade bottles, and handed them over to Zhong Haoran. "You can't just greet me for nothing. Here, each of you will get 1 heaven-mending pill." "Thank you, spiritual master." Zhong Haoran was overjoyed. He respectfully stepped forward to receive it and then distributed it to everyone. How could Fei Yunshu and the others not know what the heavenly mending pill was? Seeing that Taoist Master Xiao, whom he regarded as a deity, had once again bestowed him with a spirit pill, his heart was filled with boundless gratitude. Choked with sobs, she couldn't even say the word, "Thank you." Xiaohua smiled bitterly when he saw Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. However, he immediately felt a trace of pride in his heart. Xiaohua rarely gave things to others, but when he did give things to others, they were all extremely good things. If one were to think about it, which cultivator would be able to shed tears of gratitude like these 4? This wasn't just a simple shedding tears of gratitude, but rather a level of worship towards Xiaohua as if he were a god. In the entire Dawn Rain continent, how many cultivators could do this? Xiaohua naturally had a reason to be proud. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved again. He had an idea that he had never thought of before. "Thank you, spiritual master." Fei Yunshu came to his senses and blurted out again. "Yunshu, Xiao Hua said faintly, since this is something bestowed by this spiritual master, you should have it. In the future, don't mention the word, thank you. Yes, spiritual master. This little one understands. Fei Yunshu's heart trembled and he hurriedly replied. Xiao Hua swept his gaze over the others and asked, just now, you all said that the baby who ate this spiritual master's immortal seed would have excellent aptitudes, right? Yes, spiritual master knows. Qin Ji hurriedly said, this little one has specially inquired. Boy who ate the immortal seed was more flexible and intelligent than the babies this little one had seen before. But when it comes to aptitudes, right? Not necessarily. Just like this little one's nephew, his physique isn't suitable for cultivation, but his cultivation method is far superior to ordinary people. Maybe. At this point, Qin Ji was somewhat hesitant. Zhong Haoren said, spiritual master, this little one thinks that our Zhong family's method of physique testing might not be able to test the physique of the babies cultivated by spiritual master's immortal seed. Correct. That's exactly the case. Xiao Hua instantly understood. Now that the world's spiritual energy had changed, his immortal seed was able to adapt to the current world's spiritual energy after being cultivated by the space. Moreover, the babies who ate this rice had also adapted to the current world's spiritual energy. In this changed world's spiritual energy, it was more suitable for cultivation. Of course, the original method of testing babies was no longer suitable. More suitable testing methods for these babies were needed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua recalled the time when he was in the Imperial Thunder sect. He helplessly said to Xiang Yang that when Zhen Lei Palace was selecting disciples, they often found that the disciples with great potential didn't have any special progress after being accepted into the sect. Some disciples who didn't perform well at that time actually advanced by leaps and bounds after being accepted into the sect. This was probably the reason. And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, like you, who ate rice, are there other cultivators? This. Zhong Haoren looked at the four people and shook his head. This little one doesn't know. This little one has been fasting for a long time. If the four of them didn't mention it, this little one wouldn't have thought that they still ate rice. When this little one and the others ate rice, we did it behind their backs. We only ate it after worshipping spiritual master. Fei Yunshu said in a low voice. Zhong Zhan and the others replied in the same way. Although Xiao Hua was a bit curious about the relationship between worshipping him and eating rice, when he thought about how the people of the secular world did it, he was afraid that they would also do the same. As for why qi refining cultivators were so devout, Xiao Hua could only attribute it to miraculous. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. In the future, when you return to Zhongling Mountain Village, you can carefully investigate it. There are many immortal seeds there. In this Xiao's opinion, I'm afraid that all the rice has been replaced by immortal seeds. When Zhong Haoren heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He lowered his head and said, "You're right, spiritual master." With spiritual master's support and the Zhongling Villa's arrangement, the rice in Mongolia is being replaced by good seeds in Yunqing, Jiqing, and Fanqing. Moreover, in the secular world, these immortal seeds have been called immortal seeds. Many influential people in the secular world have gathered in Yun City in order to obtain immortal seeds from the Zhong family. Because of this, the Zhong family has benefited greatly. Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong family? When Xiao Hua heard Zhong Haoren's words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be the Zhongling Mountain Village, or Zhong family, that he often heard. Xiao Hua couldn't help but notice the embarrassment on Zhong Haoren's face. Sure enough, Zhong Haoren said in a low voice, "Spiritual master, if you insist on investigating around Zhongling Mountain Village, I'm afraid that this little one won't be able to complete it. However, the immortal seeds around Yun City have already been popularized. Even if this little one isn't in Zhongling Mountain Village, I can still complete it." Haoren, what's going on? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at the four people beside him. The four people's excited eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness, and he couldn't help but ask, "Just now, this Xiao saw the five of you alone in the vicinity of this sword tomb. It's currently a great battle between Dao cultivators. How did you all come to such a dangerous place? Zhong Zhan and the others are only at the 10th level of Qi refinement. A sword cultivator can kill all of you with a single flying sword. Zhong Haoren gritted his teeth and said with extreme grievance, I'll let spiritual master know. Actually, this little one is no longer a disciple of Zhongling Mountain Village. Earlier, what I said to that female sword cultivator was only out of consideration for this little one's face. How is that possible? Xiaohua was even more astonished. You're already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This is a pretty good realm in your Zhongling Mountain Village. Moreover, you and this Xiao can be considered to be fated. How could Zhong Tianyao possibly expel you from Zhongling Mountain Village? This has nothing to do with Patriarch. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment and explained the reason for the matter. It turned out that back then, Xiaohua killed Patriarch Fei Xiqing of Ji City's Fei family and also expelled Patriarch Qin Kai of Fan City's Qin family. Although Patriarch Zhong Tianyao of Yun City's Zhong family was poisoned, under Xiaohua's detoxification technique, he quickly recovered to his original state. When Xiaohua was comprehending the ancient refining technique, Zhong Tianyao, who was strategizing, sent troops to attack Fan City's Qin family. That's right, it was Fan City and not Ji City. Qin family's patriarch was scared to death by Qin Kai. When he saw that Zhong Tianyao didn't go to Ji City and instead attacked him first, he was even more frightened. He thought that it was Xiaohua's instructions. In the end, under Zhong Tianyao's bluff, he only resisted for a few days before hurriedly retreating. He gave half of his family's territory to Zhong Tianyao in exchange for Xiaohua's forgiveness. Zhong Tianyao naturally knew when to stop and immediately sent disciples to Ji City. A Ji City without a patriarch was practically an empty city without a city gate. The Zhong family's disciples weren't in a hurry to attack Red Crane Mountain. They only surrounded the mountain peak and sent people who were eloquent to persuade them to surrender. Long before the Zhong family came to Red Crane Mountain, the Qin family had already sent disciples over. Not only did they inform the Fei family of Fei Xiqing's death, they even revealed a ferocious face and wanted to take Red Crane Mountain into the Qin family's pocket. However, before the Qin family could succeed, they couldn't protect themselves. That was why they hurriedly retreated. Now, the Zhong family that defeated the Qin family came again. The Fei family's elders discussed slightly and reached an agreement with the Zhong family. The content of the agreement was naturally not something that Zhong Haoren could know. But since then, the Qin family had submitted to the Zhong family. This was something that all the disciples of Yun City and Ji City knew. Chapter 2561. Of course, Xiaohua had already left Zhongling Villa, so he didn't know about Zhong Tianyao's actions. Xiaohua still thought that it was good enough that the Zhong and Qin families could divide the Fei family equally. But how could he know that Zhong Tianyao's strategy was far beyond his imagination and far beyond his estimation? Since the Zhong family's strength had greatly increased, the Zhong family naturally had to strengthen their control over the Fei family and half of the Qin family. Therefore, many disciples of the Zhong family were sent out. Zhong Haoren couldn't speak, so he was treated as a mute. But after all, he was a 12th level Qi refining disciple and was also sent to guard a place in the Qin family. Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, and Qin Ji were his subordinates. Although Zhong Haoren was disheartened emotionally and was ridiculed by many of his fellow disciples, and even after he was sent to guard the Qin family, there were still some disciples who occasionally used his feelings for Zhong Xiuhan to mock him. But Zhong Haoren didn't care, and instead, his heart of cultivation became more and more firm. His mind also became clearer and clearer. The Qin family was the same as the Fei family, both of them were weapon refiners, and they also had some cultivation methods. After being annexed by the Zhong family, these cultivation methods naturally flowed into the Zhong family. However, the Zhong family's direct descendants and accomplished disciples didn't care about these foreign cultivation methods, So Zhong Tianyao ordered the disciples guarding the Qin and Fei family to choose the cultivation methods they liked to practice. And the place Zhong Haoren was guarding just happened to have a cultivation method for practicing flying swords, and he even found a good quality flying sword in the Qin family. The moment Zhong Haoren saw the flying sword and studied the sword art, he was immediately attracted by the piercingly cold sword qi of the flying sword. In addition, his cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, so he tried to practice the flying sword art. Who would have thought that Zhong Haoren's character was exactly suitable for flying swords? That sharp true qi carrying sword qi, under the impact of day and night, Xiaohua's seal on Zhong Haoren's acupoints was actually loosened. The moment the earth crystal Yao milk merged with his true qi was also the moment he built his foundation. Not only did Zhong Haoren easily build his foundation, he was even able to open his mouth and speak. At that time, how could Zhong Haoren not know that this was Xiaohua's painstaking effort? Previously he hadn't complained at all, but now he revered Xiaohua even more. Although he hadn't reached the level where he worshipped Xiaohua daily like Fei Yunshu did, every time he thought about it, his heart filled with gratitude. Zhong Zhan and Zhong Pei were also disciples of the Zhong family who started to rise after the Qin family. Because they weren't valued in the Zhong Ling villa in the beginning, they were very close to Zhong Haoren. After Zhong Haoren built his foundation, they paid more attention to him and gave him pointers. Although he couldn't be considered a master, he was better than a master. As for Qin Ji, because he originally practiced flying sword, although his cultivation was not satisfactory, he had been practicing since he was a child. Sometimes, Zhong Haoren would even ask him. When the Great War of Dao cultivators began, the Zhong clan of Yun City was not considered a big aristocratic family. Although Zhong Tianyao was a golden core cultivator, he was not worthy of the attention of those cultivation sections. Hence, they did not transfer disciples from their clan. However, Zhong Tianyao saw the opportunity of the Great War. He knew that training disciples in the Great War could not only improve their cultivation, but also discover disciples with strategic talents. In his opinion, disciples with strategic foresight were more useful than disciples with high cultivation. After all, he took down the Qin family and the Fei family mostly by relying on his strategy, not by force. Of course, Zhong Tianyao still had the same thoughts as the other disciples who didn't participate in the Great War of Dao cultivators. Not only would there be spirit stones and sword arts, but there would also be flying swords, magic tools, and so on. It was really killing two birds with one stone. In this regard, Zhong Tianyao was even more eager than the disciples of the cultivation sects who didn't participate in the Great War. What supported a family or a sect was not only disciples, but also cultivation techniques. If the Zhong clan obtained more systematic cultivation techniques in the Great War of Sword cultivators, the Zhong clan might be able to leave the ranks of aristocratic families and become a cultivation sect. And wasn't his annexation of the Fei family and the Qin family the most crucial half-step? Therefore, Zhong Tianyao selected disciples to go to the Huan country to participate in the Great War of Sword cultivators. In order to control the Fei family and the Qin family, while the Zhong clan dispatched their own disciples, they also dispatched the disciples of the two families to the Huan country. Fei Yunshu was also among them. There were also thousands of disciples in the Zhong Ling mountain villa. The structure was similar to that of a cultivation sect. A dozen people formed a small team, and each team was led by a foundation establishment disciple. In addition, there was another disciple with a slightly lower cultivation to assist. Zhong Haoren, Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, and Qin Ji were in a small team. The leader of this team was a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple named Zhong Jinka. Logically speaking, Zhong Haoren was in the early stage of foundation establishment. It was precisely because he complimented Zhong Jinka that they had a good rapport. However, when Zhong Haoren saw Zhong Jinka, he was extremely embarrassed. But it was very simple. Zhong Jinka was Zhong Xiuhan's dual cultivation partner. Ever since Zhong Xiuhan set foot in the foundation establishment realm, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds with the support of the mending heavenly pill that repaired her meridians. She had long become a fairy in the eyes of the Zhong clan's male foundation establishment cultivators. Zhong Jinke had also used countless methods to pursue Zhong Xiuhan. This was also normal. However, Zhong Xiuhan inadvertently revealed some of Zhong Haoren's matters. Although she didn't mention Xiao Hua, her apology and gratitude towards Zhong Haoren couldn't be concealed. If Zhong Jinke was a magnanimous person, then it would be fine. However, Zhong Jinke was quite scheming and narrow-minded. When he saw his former lover's follower whose cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, he had long been displeased with him. As a result, the ugliness in human nature was revealed. First, he wanted to isolate Zhong Haoren. In the case of Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, Qin Ji, and Fei Yunshu, the 4 Qi refining disciples who used flying swords, following Zhong Haoren, he also isolated these 5 people, dividing a team of more than 10 people into 2. This wasn't all. Over the past 2 years since they arrived at the battlefield of the Cultivation War, Zhong Jinke had constantly placed Zhong Haoren and the others in danger, making them complete nearly impossible tasks. And every time they completed a task, he would take all the credit for himself. Every 6 months, the Zhongling Mountain Villa would send disciples to exchange information and reward and punish everyone. However, Zhong Jinke got all the credit for the team, and Zhong Haoren got none. How could Zhong Haoren stand such a cowardly act? Although he was an upright person with a neutral character, after practicing the flying sword, he was also influenced by the flying sword cultivation method's unbending principle. He had long been cold to Zhong Jinke. If it were not for the strict rules of the Zhongling Mountain Villa, where everything on the battlefield was decided by the captain, he would have returned to the Zhongling Mountain Villa long ago. Zhong Jinke naturally saw Zhong Haoren's reaction and secretly rejoiced. 2 months ago, when Zhong Jinke sent Zhong Haoren to intercept and kill more than 10 sword gestation swordsmen, Zhong Haoren completely turned hostile. Those are 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. Zhong Haoren gritted his teeth and said, "Although I'm at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, I can handle 5 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. But what about the 8 swordsmen at the sword gestation realm? How can Zhong Zhan and the other 3 deal with them? This is a sure-death situation." Therefore, I immediately objected and proposed that the whole team of 23 disciples of the Zhong family should attack together. However, Zhong Jinke actually said that he had other arrangements for the other disciples, and that he had a more important task. If I don't intercept and kill them, I won't listen to the captain's orders. If I delay this matter, I'll bear the consequences. It's not right for you to go, but it's also not right for you not to go. Of course, you definitely can't go. Xiao Hua said with a smile. If you go, you'll definitely die. Secondly, if you come back alive, he'll ask all kinds of questions and say that it's strange that you escaped from the hands of 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. He'll even say that you were captured by the swordsmen and became their spy. At that time, I didn't think so much. I only knew that I couldn't possibly be a match for those swordsmen. If I went, I would only be throwing away my life. Zhong Haoren honestly replied, so I turned hostile. I resolutely refused to go. Well, in fact, you might as well go. Xiao Hua said again. After you went, you could have avoided the battle and let them make a fuss about you. It's better than falling into their trap. This Zhong Jinke is just a scheming person. He's a careful person. He just wants to expel you from the Zhong family so that Zhong Yuehan's heart won't be obstructed. Unfortunately, I didn't see it clearly at that time. It wasn't until half a month later that the senior brothers of Zhongling village came to inspect. This guy took the opportunity to report this matter to the senior brothers of law enforcement. At once, he listed several crimes of this little one, such as not listening to orders, delaying the battle, affecting the morale, and so on. He asked the senior brothers of law enforcement to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Zhong Haoren angrily said, "It wasn't until that moment that this little one understood that the human heart is sinister." Of course. Xiao Hua pointed his finger and said, "The most sinister thing in this world is the human heart. The most fickle thing is also the human heart. The most unpredictable thing is still the human heart. You've gone through so many things and you finally understand. Yes, this disciple has thought it through these days. Zhong Haoren said with relief, it's not that Zhong Jinka didn't have the means to kill this little one, and it's not that he didn't have the opportunity to kill this little one, but he was extremely cautious and didn't act rashly. He has been provoking this little one for the past few years, and I'm afraid that he wanted this little one to make the first move so that he could take advantage of the situation. When this little one didn't do as he wished, he took a step back and wanted to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Yes, or perhaps his original goal was to expel you, so that his wife can cultivate with ease. Xiaohua nodded. After all, it's more risky for him to kill you, and it will also damage his Dao heart, so it's not worth it. The human heart. Zhong Haoren sighed. If it was a little purer, how good would that be? Then it wouldn't be the human heart. Xiaohua said, moreover, without this fickle and sinister human heart, where would there be the current Zhong Haoren? Zhong Haoren shook his head sadly. This little one was expelled from the Zhong family, but Zhong Zhan and the others were also implicated. This little one feels very guilty in his heart. Martial Uncle Zhong. Fei Yunshu and the others said respectfully, Martial Uncle's character is noble and pure, and we all admire you. Following Martial Uncle is also our choice. What Spiritual Master said just now was extremely true. If we didn't follow Martial Uncle, I'm afraid our lives would be in danger in the war. Chapter 2562. Hiss. Zhong Haoren came to his senses and took a deep breath. How did you all get here? What are your plans for the future? Xiaohua asked with a smile. We left the Zhong family's disciples and had to act alone. We wanted to return to Yun City, but it's too far away. We didn't have any spirit stones with us, so we couldn't use the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City. If we flew back directly, I'm afraid we would die, so we were at a loss. Zhong Haoren did not hide and said, but there are many sword cultivators here, so we couldn't stay for long. We decided to go to Sky Patrol City first and see if there was anyone we knew, then find a chance to return to Yun City. At the very least, we had to stay in Sky Patrol City to save our lives. However, I don't know what happened, but in this month the number of swordsmen here suddenly increased. Our cultivation was shallow, so we had to hide and hope that the swordsmen didn't notice us. Zhong Haoren smiled bitterly. In fact, we were discovered by the illusory swordsmen several times, but they were extremely disdainful and let us go like flies. 4 hours ago, I had just escaped from an illusory swordsman. When I was fleeing in panic, I found the Ganoderma horse. The Ganoderma horse flew in front of me, so how could I not be happy? However, the Ganoderma horse was too cunning. I chased it for a long time before I could catch up with it and put the confinement talisman on it. When I was about to pick up the Ganoderma horse, the Huanhua sect disciple appeared and took out her magic weapon. If it weren't for the female swordsman, I wouldn't have been able to see her. Zhong Haoren's mouth was dry after talking for a long time. Xiaohua smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a lot of spirit fruits and gave them to the 5 people. Seeing the 5 people eating happily, Xiaohua was also very happy. Then he asked, you said that the number of swordsmen in the vicinity suddenly increased? Many of them are illusory swordsmen? Can you tell? I'll let you know. Zhong Haoren ate a spiritual fruit and smiled apologetically. My cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, but I've killed a few embryonic swordsmen. Naturally, I have some understanding of the swordsman's cultivation. The illusory swordsman's sword light is reserved, and their divine thoughts cut people like a blade. Of course, I can tell. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. The Dao sect's cultivators wanted to fight to the death with the Huan Kingdom swordsmen near the Spirit Stone Mine. Why would so many illusory swords appear near the Sword Tomb? The vicinity of the Sword Catacomb has always been patrolled by the sword cultivators Bright Sword and Nurturing swordsmen. Even the city guards of the Sky Patrol City would occasionally come over. Zhong Haoren was also puzzled. But recently, the city guards of Sky Patrol City have almost disappeared. Instead, there are more swordsmen like Yu Jian. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the Zhongling Mountain Villa wander around the Sword Tomb? Are the other cultivation families the same as the Zhong family? Xiaohua was used to seeing cultivators from the Dao sect, so he couldn't help but ask. Yes, all the big cultivation families will come. Zhong Haoren nodded. I've also encountered quite a few. After all, we can obtain benefits from sword cultivators or fallen cultivators. It's extremely useful for the development of aristocratic families. However, even if we meet, we will carefully avoid each other. There won't be any great conflict. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nods. I thought only the cultivation sects were interested in war. These cultivation families also come to participate. Although there won't be any conflict, there should be a lot of small conflicts, right? That's right. Zhong Haoren smiles apologetically. The Zhongling Mountain Villa has had many conflicts with some aristocratic families. The one that left the deepest impression on me is the Yu family from the fallen Gold Mountain in the country of Xi. They are extremely overbearing. When they see other aristocratic families, they will provoke them. In the past 2 years, the Zhongling Mountain Villa has had 6 conflicts with them. Every time, they suffered a great loss. Some of my crimes are that I didn't put in effort when fighting with them. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohua snorts, but he doesn't ask why the Yu family is so overbearing. Then, Xiaohua looks to the north where the sword tomb is located. He ponders and says, could it be that the sword cultivators have some hidden cards here? However, that's not right. If Zhong Haoren and the others encountered it, how can the disciples of the other cultivation sects not encounter it? If I can think of it, how can others not think of it? Although the group of gold core cultivators in the discussion hall are proficient in internal strife, they should be clear about this simple logic, right? Looking at Xiaohua's thoughtful expression, Zhong Haoren turns to look at the 4 disciples. The 4 disciples seemed to understand Zhong Haoren's meaning and nodded slightly. Then, the 5 of them throw themselves on the ground again without hesitation. "Io, what are you waiting for?" Xiaohua hears the noise and immediately turns his head. He asks curiously, if there's a problem, we can talk it out. Why make such a big fuss over nothing? Taoist. Zhong Haoren kneels on the ground and says with a bitter smile, we have been expelled from the Zhong family and are already rogue cultivators. Moreover, if we are not wrong, when the Zhong family receives Zhong Jinka's message, they will definitely send disciples to find us. There is an 80 to 90% chance that they will cripple the cultivation of us 5. Even if Zhong Tianyao shows mercy for Taoist and doesn't cripple our cultivation, we will have nowhere to cultivate. We regard Taoist as a god or an immortal and are willing to serve Taoist for life. We ask Taoist to take us in. We hope Taoist can be merciful and take us in. Fei Yunshu is the most pious and has already kowtowed on the ground. Oh, wait a moment. Xiaohua slowly nods and flicks his sleeves. The 5 of them can only stand up. Zhong Haoren, since he wants to cripple your cultivation, why didn't he do it when he expelled you? Why wait until later? Isn't it the same if he imprisons you first? Xiaohua asks. Seeing Xiaohua ask such a trivial question, Zhong Haoren is overjoyed. He knows that Xiaohua has tacitly agreed to take them in. He answers with a smile, not all the disciples who were expelled by the Zhong family had their cultivation crippled. Moreover, don't we have some fate with Taoist? Zhong Jinka doesn't know, but that patrolling senior brother knows. Therefore, he doesn't dare to judge whether we have our cultivation crippled or not. What's more, the Zhong family still has to send people to keep an eye on us while we're imprisoned. If they don't, what if we lose our lives and Zhong Tianyao disagrees with Zhong Jinka's decision? Wouldn't they have to bear the responsibility? Actually, at that time, I wanted to return to Zhongling Villa with that patrolling senior brother to argue with Zhong Tianyao. However, the patrolling senior brother has to go somewhere else and it's not convenient for him to bring us along. I'm afraid you only thought of relying on me when you saw me just now. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Haoren nodded slightly and said without hiding anything, "You're right, Taoist. We didn't hear any news of Taoist here. We only thought that Taoist is still in Imperial Thunder Sect. How would we think of relying on Taoist? Even if we wanted to, we had to go to Sky Patrol City first. It was only when Taoist revealed his face just now that we suddenly realized. We stayed here to wait for Taoist." "Ha! Well said, well said. This is fortune, this is karma. If all of you leave, then you won't have this fortune." Xiao Hua roared with laughter. "Thank you, Taoist." Zhong Haoren thanked him again, but then he said with some worry, "However, Taoist is now only in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that in Imperial Thunder Sect, it's still, if it's inconvenient for Taoist." Zhong Haoren naturally knew that the threshold for cultivation sects to recruit disciples was very high. The 5 of them might not be selected. Although he said that he was serving Xiao Hua, he still had some thoughts about this in his heart. "Haha, who told you that I'm only in the late stage of foundation establishment?" Xiao Hua laughed and patted his forehead. The pressure on his body was released, like bamboo shoots after a rain, rising steadily. "Taoist!" Seeing Xiao Hua's pressure rise straight to the late stage of golden core and firmly suppressing the 5 of them, an indescribable fear came from their hearts. It seemed that the space around 100 feet around them was frozen. Zhong Haoren and the others cried out in surprise, "So Taoist cultivation is already so high." Hehe, Xiao Hua smiled and slowly retracted his pressure. His realm also slowly fell until it returned to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Since Taoist already has the cultivation of golden core, then we have some connections to join Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. "When did this Xiao say that he would let you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Xiao Hua was still all smiles as he spoke. "Yes." When Zhong Haoren heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was extremely embarrassed and said, "This little one is thinking too much. This little one is already satisfied to be able to serve Taoist." "Haoren," Xiao Hua pointed. "Do you think I'm playing with you?" Taoist's meaning is? Zhong Haoren didn't understand and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. As for Fei Yunshu and the others, they didn't have the right to speak and could only listen quietly. "You wait and see." Xiao Hua smiled and took out many sword slips, jade slips, and some of Li Xiubai's and Taoist bright sword arts. "This is..." Zhong Haoren saw so many things and was immediately stunned. When he used his divine sense to look at some of the things inside, he was wild with joy. This is the sword arts for sword cultivators, from the gestation sword to the drawing sword and the illusory sword. There's also my Dao Sect's flying sword cultivation method. Zhong Haoren stammered. "There's also these." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and dozens of flying swords fell into the air. "Ah? So many!" Zhong Haoren and the others were dumbfounded. It seemed that the 1,000 of them didn't obtain many flying swords in these 2 years, right? "With these, do you still need to join Imperial Thunder Sect?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Of course there's no need." The 5 people looked at the flying swords and their eyes widened. They had been training in the war for 2 years and their horizons had long been broadened. They knew that these flying swords were used by 6th stage swordsmen and their quality was extraordinary. Moreover, when they heard Zhong Haoren say that there were many sword arts, they were overjoyed and even somewhat in disbelief. Although this kind of resources couldn't be compared to Imperial Thunder Sect, it was still much less compared to Zhongling Villa. However, if the 5 of them were to use it, it would be more than enough. Chapter 2563. Unknowingly, the 5 people's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and bowed. "We pay respect to Sect Master." "Sect Master?" Xiao Hua was stunned. His surprise was not inferior to the 5 people's. He hurriedly helped them up. "When did I say that I want to establish a sect?" The Xiao means. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua also stopped. Yes, his original intention was to find an inheritance for Master Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai's flying sword technique. Zhong Haoren's character was upright, and he had experienced the world's tempering. Xiaohua's test was also easily passed. He was the best candidate to accept this inheritance. When Xiaohua saw Zhong Haoren at Zhongling Villa that day, he already had this little plan in his heart. Now that Zhong Haoren was expelled from Zhongling Villa, it was also helping Zhong Haoren. He just happened to push the boat with the current and settle his own karma. However, after listening to Zhong Haoren and the others' reminder, Xiaohua had another thought. That's right. Since the 5 of them have sword arts and flying swords, and Zhong Haoren's cultivation is at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and I, on the other hand, am comparable to the late stage of the Jindan realm. This kind of strength is more than enough to establish a small sect. Not to mention that there were so many spiritual herbs, pill recipes, and other things in his space. It was more than enough to support a medium-sized sect. Zhang Qingxiao, that guy, could become the sect master of Heavenly Demon Sect. Why couldn't Xiaohua become the sect master? Back then, Shang Huaming's sect master was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Although Hundred Grass sect had many disciples, the sect master was also at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Thinking about the convenience of Zhang Qingxiao having Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiaohua was somewhat coveting. Not to mention other things, just those dry distance pills and high thunder pills, relying on Xiaohua alone, it would take a long time to gather them. And the other side only needed a sect master's command and someone would obediently deliver it to his hands. It was really more efficient than anything else. Grandma, make a sect to play with? Xiaohua was somewhat moved. But immediately, Xiaohua shook his head again. Forget it. Not to mention this young master's enemies, making a sect would increase the number of targets. Adding a few more dead people would be irresponsible to the sect's disciples. Besides, this young master's cultivation is good, making a sect? There are many matters in the sect, annoying to death. Just look at the group of old gold core cultivators in the assembly hall. Scheming against each other is really boring. The more people there are in the sect, the more it will be the same. Seeing Xiaohua deep in thought, Zhong Haoren and the others were delighted, but their hearts were also nervous. When Xiaohua frowned, Zhong Haoren and the others' hearts sank. Sure enough, Xiaohua opened his mouth. Let's not talk about this matter. These cultivation techniques and flying swords, I'll give them to you. Just focus on your own cultivation. Thank you for your reward, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren put away the cultivation technique and flying sword. He looked very happy, but he was also a little disappointed. Zhong Haoren probed, Perfected One, my cultivation is shallow. If these things are left with me, if they are snatched away, it's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao has already kept a copy of the cultivation technique and sword art. As for those flying swords, they are all mere worldly possessions. If you want to snatch them, then so be it. Actually, if we have more people, we don't have to be afraid of others. Zhong Haoren took the opportunity to say, Ha, that's up to you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Feel free to accept disciples. This Xiao won't stop you. Actually, didn't this Xiao say it just now? You can look for babies who can eat good seeds and carefully select them. Their aptitude may not be worse than the direct disciples of the cultivation sects. Perfected One. Zhong Haoren said with a bitter smile, what you said, isn't it just to establish a sect? How about we first establish a cultivation family? Why must we establish a family or sect? Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked. I won't hide it from Perfected One. We are now rogue cultivators. We don't have anyone to rely on in the Xiaoyu continent. We don't have any confidence in our hearts. Although we consider Perfected One as our thoughts, aren't by our side. If there is a family or sect, after all, there are many people. We can also protect ourselves. Zhong Haoren didn't dare to conceal anything and said in a low voice. Moreover, Perfected One Zhao's prestige among the common people of Meng country is very high. You are a Perfected One who is worshipped. If it is like what Perfected One Xiao said just now, the heaven and earth spiritual qi will change greatly. If the descendants of these common people can adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi, they will become the mainstay of the Xiaoyu continent in the future. If Perfected One doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to rise and use Perfected One's prestige in their hearts, wouldn't it be a pity? This is an opportunity that is hard to come by. Could it be that Perfected One wants to be used by others? Oh! Xiaohua's heart shook. That's right. Xiaohua was born in a peasant family. Now that he had lost all his memories, he still didn't have any great ambitions. When mentioning cultivation sects, his first impression was that they were troublesome. He was too lazy to get involved. When he heard Zhong Haoren's words, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. The heaven and earth spiritual qi changed greatly. Every sect was adapting to it in order to protect themselves and strengthen themselves. It wasn't just the dispute between the three countries. For example, the country of Shishanghua sect and other sects began to snatch the spirit stone veins. Even this great war between Dao cultivators seemed to be because sword cultivators wanted to break into the Dao sect's territory to snatch the spirit stones. Weren't they all trying to take advantage of the heaven and earth spiritual qi? It wasn't just the spirit stones. In other aspects, cultivation sects were also changing. For example, the cultivation techniques of each sect and the method of selecting disciples had changed. They were exploring and finding a feasible way to adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi. And Xiaohua himself? He really was the key to changing the Dawn Rain continent. Not to mention how mystical Xiaohua's space was, not to mention the spirit herbs in his space. Just the improved seeds from his space were the most important changes that Xiaohua had inadvertently made for the Dawn Rain continent. Cultivators were also humans. They were also people from the secular world at the very beginning. It was only because of their outstanding aptitude that they had the possibility to cultivate. Those disciples of cultivation sects and cultivation aristocratic families had more opportunities to cultivate and enter the ranks of cultivators only because of their bloodline. Therefore, the foundation of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivation world was still the people of the secular world. Those billions, tens of billions of people of the secular world were the foundation that supported this world. And what Xiaohua did was precisely to change this foundation. Although it was just the beginning and the number of people involved was still very small, didn't Zhong Haoren already say it? There were already many merchants who started to come to Yun City to ask for spirit seeds. In time, this improved seed would certainly cover the entire Dawn Rain continent. All the people of the secular world would have to change to eating Xiaohua's immortal seeds. This was such a great merit. This kind of merit, not to mention the gold core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, even the nascent soul sect masters of the three cultivation countries couldn't imagine it. Of course, when the cultivators who ate the immortal seeds grew up, the change in heaven and earth's spirit qi would have already become the mainstream of the Dawn Rain continent. Those cultivators would naturally turn into countless streams and fall into different sects. Since that was the case, why couldn't Xiaohua at the beginning of all changes, at the beginning of all the cultivation sects' attention, at the beginning of the flow of spirit qi, establish a sect? If he established a sect here at this time, it would certainly be like the great river of flowing ice valley. From small to large, it would be magnificent and even boundless in the end. In short, it could be said that this was an era where ambitious and ruthless people rose one after another, where heroes vied for supremacy, and where the winds and clouds met. Who knew how many famous people would fall here, and who knew how many nameless people would shake the world? And for Xiaohua, he saw this opportunity and seized it. It's a success. But isn't it too troublesome? After all, Xiaohua was a cultivator who comprehended the hand of karma. Once he thought about it, he immediately understood 1,000 miles and saw a lot of the future. But then he muttered again. If Zhang Qingxiao was here and understood so much, she would have already taken the bright scenic bell and knocked his head, right? Troublesome? Xiaohua's whisper fell into Zhong Haoren's ears, and Zhong Haoren was immediately enlightened. His enlightenment came a little late. He, a disciple from an aristocratic family, never thought that there would be a god in the eyes of the secular world who was too lazy to establish a sect because he was afraid of trouble. That's right, Taoist master only concentrates on cultivation. Why would he care about the trivial matters of the secular world? Zhong Haoren thought again. Then, Zhong Haoren waved his hand, and the 5 people bowed again. Damn it, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Xiao Hua said anxiously. We asked Taoist Master Xiao to establish a sect. If Taoist Master doesn't allow it, we won't get up again. Zhong Haoren said loudly. Good. Get up and talk. Although Xiao Hua was forced by the 5 people, he wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, establishing a sect isn't a small matter. I admit that I don't have the ability. We will discuss it in detail. Yes, Taoist Master. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. He looked at Zhong Zhan and the others and said, if you have anything to say, you can say it to Taoist Master. Do you see, if we force others, they will definitely be angry. Taoist Master is different from us. He definitely won't blame us. Zhong Zhan and the others were different from Zhong Haoren. They didn't dare to say much to Xiao Hua and could only smile apologetically. It's not convenient here. Let's find a safe place. Xiao Hua looked around and brought the 5 people to a low place. After the 5 people respectfully asked Xiao Hua to sit, they sat in front of Xiao Hua very respectfully. Haoren, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You also know this. I don't know whether I can establish a sect or not. However, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Once the news of this sect is known by the Imperial Thunder sect, they will definitely send experts to exterminate it. And I can't even protect myself. Moreover, I have many enemies. These enemies are even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder sect. If I establish a sect, wouldn't I be pulling all of you into the same boat? Also, establishing a sect is not a joke. It requires a lot of manpower, especially manpower who can deal with the sect's affairs. I know what kind of person I am. The sect master? I really don't want to be. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.